Hey Moon Magic Super Souls, welcome to your Moon Monthly update. Now, we have a ton of stuff to be doing today. We are going to, in a moment, be looking at the cards and the runes that were drawn for this coming moon month. We're heading for Christmas, I can't believe it. We are so close to the end of this year, 2023, moving into 2024. Beautiful souls. I need to as well say to you with great excitement that the Manifest with the Moon, Astro-Moon diary and journal are now available on Amazon. You can order them, and thank you so much to all of you who have already purchased them. Thank you to all of you who've been leaving reviews, and sort of thank you anyway, all of you, for just being here and being interested in manifesting with the moon. For me, it's just been so utterly life-changing because manifesting with the moon, or learning to listen to the moon cycles, it puts you in tune with the natural rhythms of our extraordinary world, our extraordinary universe, and it's incredibly empowering. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for those of you who are using my Manifest with the Moon diary and journal as tools. That's what they're for. They're tools that I created so you can really learn the art of manifesting with the moon. So thank you all of you for purchasing them. Obviously that's a great bonus to me as well, because it helps me to continue to put free stuff into the world. So thank you, big thumbs up to all of you. Now, without further ado, let me just run through everything you're going to get in this video. So we will look at the cards and the runes for the coming moon month. Then I am actually going to draw cards for every single zodiac sign and ask for a key primary, like the most important priority message for each of the zodiac signs for the coming moon month. Then I'm going to give you the rundown for the whole of this moon month and tell you what kind of energetic influences to expect throughout the moon phases, because if you know what's coming, you know, if there's a real spiky bit of energy coming in, and sometimes there are, you know, if you experience that and you knew it was coming, you also know it's going to pass, and you know it's temporary, and you can also learn through using these tools to kind of navigate that energy, how to harness the energy at its best. You know, something can come in that can feel really strong, a strong surge of energy. If you know it's coming, you can utilize that, you can harness it to put that into to taking action, for example, rather than having a chill out day. If you know there's going to be a day that's really about plowing forwards, well, you're in a position to plan for that. It's why manifesting with the moon is so exciting, because you can literally look at what's happening, how it's happening, when it's happening, and really kind of align your own diary, literally your own calendar with that, if that works for you. So beautiful souls, without further ado, let's shift the camera down and look at the cards and the runes for the coming month. And also, one last thing, I am doing webinars. I'll be doing a couple of webinars, a couple of live videos about working with the diary and the journal. So if you really are interested and you want to purchase them, keep a lookout for those webinars, because I will go live on YouTube. We'll look at the diary, we'll look at the journal, and I will show you exactly how to use them to your very best advantage. So now let's move the cards down and let's get cracking. Tons of love. Thank you for being here. Okay, so these are the cards for November and December. Now, when we're working with a moon month, we're working from a new moon through to the next new moon. Every moon cycle starts with a new moon, and we have 12 or 13 in a year. There are technically 13. We don't always get 13 new moons in a year. Obviously, a diary works on the basis of calendar months. This is this year's diary, 2023. Now, I'm just going to read to you a tiny bit about November and then December, because the moon month is actually taking on some of the energy of November and some of the energy of December, because we are working from new moon through to new moon. And the moon cycles are very, very valuable in manifestation because the new moon is always a starting point. So it means that whatever is going on in your world, whether you're needing to re-establish momentum with something that you're already working on, or there's something you really want to close down and start afresh, or you want to sow seeds, there's always a point within the moon cycles when the energy is completely primed for you to do this. So let me just read to you a little bit about what November was about, just the overview. This is what you get in the diaries. You get an overview along with a rundown of absolutely everything through the month. So November, it's full steam ahead, inside and out, or rather outside first, then in. There was definitely a flavour this month of external events taking place that caused us to look internally. So this is still going on. Overall, November feels quite fast-paced. So if at any time you feel like you need to get off the roundabout, then give yourself permission to do so. We all need to catch our breath sometimes. This feels like a month when we get to connect with the stuff that really matters to us, with massive opportunities to see if and how we are really stepping up and fulfilling our own personal best. So what this kind of means is, in areas of your world that are flying, you may suddenly find yourself flying at altitudes that were way beyond your former expectations. However, in areas of your world that for whatever reason have taken a back seat or been put to one side, or indeed stuff that's just kind of happening that's big but difficult, you may find yourself being called to take real solid actions to bring things into balance, not just in the now, but in ways that are going to promote a longer term sustainability. Even though several of the larger planets are still in retrograde, Saturn will station direct on the 4th, adding weight to the overall flavour of forward momentum through the month. The dynamics of the new moon in Scorpio on the 13th focuses on empowerment through self-mastery, while the full moon in Gemini on the 27th has quite an essence of testing around it. So this will be an interesting time in terms of observation and evaluation of your ongoing manifestations. Then just put a little bit about the cards and the runes. Now if we think about this, a new moon in Scorpio, empowerment through self-mastery. So what you might already be finding in November is that quite a lot of stuff is showing up that calls you to take action, to kind of step up. Now, it could be stepping up to maintain something that is seriously already in flow, but it could also be attending to stuff from within that is needing to be understood or looked at so you can persevere. I mean, we have these two cards, course correct, with the rune of movement, A-Z. And then we have Fehu, possessions, nourishment, ambitions satisfied, and persevere. So the whole energy of November, and we'll move to December in a moment, is really supported by these cards and runes. Because there's going to be stuff that needs to be potentially adjusted in November. In order to adjustment, we're seeing adjustment, perseverance, in order to either keep something going that is already kind of magnificent, even if it hasn't yet fully flourished in your manifestations. And then we're moving ahead, let me just move this year's diary out of the way, and then we're moving ahead to a point where, you know, things can really almost like get a grip, take hold, get traction. But if stuff is really not working, it could well show up. And we're now coming out of eclipse season. Eclipse season shows us a connection between the past, the present, and therefore the future in terms of our conscious capacity to manifest. What we can do right here and right now to make changes, let's say, so the past isn't repeating itself, or we can do something differently, we can stay on track and persevere. Either way, these cards are really helping us to understand how to use this energy. Now let me then show you what we do when we move into December. So, and this is lovely actually. So December 2023, embrace the joy of living. This month feels like a breath of fresh air with a definite emphasis on positivity, growth, and creative, imaginative potential. Almost as if you get to reset your energetic compass, wrap up a few things, I have said, excuse the Christmas pun, bring some things to completion and still drive some stuff forwards while going with the flow simultaneously. Although 3 of the bigger players all move into a forward motion during this month, we have Neptune on the 6th, Chiron on the 27th and Jupiter on the 31st, so they're all going to station direct. They have been in retrograde. Mercury also then begins a period of retrograde on the 14th through to the 2nd of January next year. And this often tends to bring interruptions and slow things down. Uranus also remains on a retrograde pathway until the 27th of January, bringing innovation and opportunity, but also kind of looking inwards because of the retrograde energy. So an interesting mix. So a lot of interesting stuff, I think, astrologically bringing us fascinating influences in December. We then moved here to the new moon in Sagittarius on the 12th and 13th. Now this is going to be the next moon month. The moon month we're doing today is running from the November new moon until this point, the 12th and 13th. And when we get to December, I will then be doing another update for the next moon month. Okay, I'm going to leave the next bit because it's more relevant to the next moon month. But can you see how these cards are shifting from one sort of calendar month, as it were, which of course this is what we do in a in a diary. We're working with calendar months in a diary. A moon month doesn't always align with a calendar month. Now this, I will just show you next year's, so because it's just really nice. You can sort of see the same, it's the same sort of format, but a slightly different design internally. I always change the internal designs a little bit every year, but you get the same thing. You've got the January, set your course for the coming year. So you've got the overview, you've got the cards and the runes, and then you've actually got a rundown of the moon months. Now I'm going to put that to one side because I want to crack on with our moon month update. You can see why I get terribly excited though, because manifesting with the moon is really empowering. It really, or it has been for me anyway. December. Be your brilliant self, walk your talk. It's kind of like all the learning from the eclipse season, all the evaluation, all the course correcting, all the kind of gaining traction for some things, deciding what we're going to put down and how we're going to do it differently for other things. All of that sort of like consolidates in December. We have the rune of Gateway. Gateway is a point of review. Thurisaz, this is the rune Thurisaz. It literally invites us to stop, press the pause button and seriously look at everything that's got us to where we are today so that we can review and lean into the learning, because the moment you lean into the learning, you're sitting in gratitude. And the moment you sit in gratitude, your energy elevates, your vibration elevates, and from a manifestation perspective, that means you are going to start to draw to you the things that you desire. So alongside walking your talk, being what you believe, being everything you wish to be in the world. This for me feels like in December we consolidate all of the learning from the eclipse season to the adjustments, to the evaluations. It's this massive kind of turning point as we shift from November into December. And this is what this moon month is encompassing. So it's a pretty fab and exciting time. It really, really is. And December really is a bit of a breath of fresh air after the intensity that we've been going through. So, but you know, I'll put that into the next moon month update. So just watch this space. If you are, by the way, beautiful souls, new to me and my channel and my moon monthly updates or any of my readings, if you'd like to get notification of anything and everything that I do as soon as I upload my videos, if you subscribe, press the little bell icon as well, and hopefully things will come into your stream. And to be honest, if they don't, just search on YouTube for the Moon Magic Weekly Tarot. I have to admit, I find on YouTube I cannot get my head around the algorithms. I get a ton of stuff I don't want, and all sorts of things that I do want to follow don't arrive anyway. So I can't quite work that one out. But anyway, if you work it out, write a book, you'll make $1 million. Although YouTube will probably change their algorithms the week after. It just seems to be how it is. So beautiful souls. Let's move on from this and start to look at the key message for this moon month which starts with the new moon on November the 13th and runs for an entire moon month, let's actually look at the key message for every zodiac sign. Now, if you know most of us know our sun sign, but if you know your moon sign or your rising sign, your ascendant, or indeed if you know that you have any number of planets placements in a particular sign, it's probably worth checking all of those out. You'll kind of hear astrologers talking about this. But let's move on and we will dive in and draw the cards for Aries. And after I've done all the key messages for every zodiac sign for the coming moon month, I will then give you a rundown of the incoming energy through the whole moon month. So you really know what's happening when it's coming in fast, when it's moving forwards, when it's kind of asking you to pause and review. And I hope that will really give you a real overview of, literally working and aligning your diary, as it were, your schedule, as best you can with those natural rhythms and cycles of the moon. And using that energy, harnessing it to your advantage. Beautiful souls, let's move to Aries. Hey, beautiful Aries, welcome to your, I guess, top priority message for the coming moon month. What does Spirit want you to really be aware of above and beyond anything? Now, I've never done this before. This is the first time ever. I'm actually going to use the same pack of cards to draw initially. I'll be drawing several from different packs really, but this is the first time I've used the same pack that I use in the diaries, and this is a whole pack. It's a different pack as in another one. But I really wanted to, I just was drawn to this, so I'm going to see. It means we could get the same cards showing up. So we're asking for Aries. I'm just actually seeing that one there for you. So let's use these first. We have Don't Wobble. Okay, we have Empower Yourself. Wow, and Gossip and Drama. How interesting. Given the overall flavour of the moon month, which I'll talk you through at the end of these readings, it is interesting because we do have a very powerful month where there's an opportunity, I think, to create empowerment through self-mastery. Not being drawn into things is what I'm seeing here. This card says don't wobble. Are you having a wobble, whether a minor one or a major one? This is completely understandable. You're facing tough choices, but deep inside, you know what you need to do. This card is here to validate your deeper knowing and the decisions you are making. As you move forwards, your anxiety will ease and you will re-find your balance. This is the course-correcting persevere energy. Empowerment, it says, does not mean we have power over ourselves. Sorry, over others. Start again. My words are all going to pot here. Right, I will read. It might be easier, mightn't it? Empowerment does not mean that we have power over others. It means we have power over ourselves. We honour our capacity for free will and conscious choice whilst honouring the same in others. This card asks you to evaluate your present situation and to take an ownership of your right to choose with a recognition of the entitlement of others to do the same. Gossip and drama. Talking behind people's backs is one of the greatest producers of negative energy, with the potential to affect not only individuals but entire communities. Make a choice not to involve yourself in this. This card also asks, if you're unable to find anything positive to say, then please consider saying nothing. Let's see what this is about for you. There's a definite message coming through here for you, almost as if your top priority message, Aries, is about detaching yourself, I feel, from the drama of others, empowering yourself through self-mastery. That seems to be what we're being shown. Let's draw a couple of rune cards to see what runes we are shown. We have Thurizaz, which is interesting because this is Gateway again, which sits with Be Your Brilliant Self. This is about don't wobble and empower yourself again, Aries. How interesting. And then we have Algiz, which is the rune of protection. How interesting. Now, my lovely Aries, we're coming out of eclipse season. There's been a lot of stuff shown to us. And we're now in that space where we move from November into December, where we are processing that information, and this is the course correct energy, processing this information, working out how to move forwards with things, what to let go, what to move forwards with, how to navigate. You're being protected around something that has been going on around you. It's not yours in many ways, but it's around you. It's caused you to wobble. That's what I'm seeing here. Excuse me. Yeah, something has been going on around you, Aries, and it's caused you to have a wobble. And it's led you to... I think you've possibly been struggling with what to do about it. If we look at the course correct, you know, how to move it forwards. You're being protected through this, and because we have Thurisaz, the rune of gateway, showing up twice, especially with the wolf, it could be issues of loyalty connected to this as well, where maybe you have a loyalty to someone even if they're not behaving very well, and there's a real dilemma about what to do. Your overall priority message at this moment in time, I'll draw more cards for you in just a moment, but your overall priority message is really to sort of, I think, to filter this through, to process this, and then empower yourself through sort of working out what you can do as opposed to what you can't do. We need more advice and guidance for you around this, that's for sure. I'm going to draw a couple of chakra cards for you. Complacency. Okay, and balance. Okay. Oh, I'm going to have to move all your cards along. I've positioned them and I need to move them along and make some space. Okay. Lovely, Aries. Being the first sign that I'm drawing cards for, I've got to work out how they're all going to fit into our bigger picture here. I think that's relevant. It's like working out how the bigger picture fits together here. That's what's part of your message. Okay, lovely, Aries. I just want to say with this card, don't give up. There's definitely been something going on around you that in the background that doesn't feel okay. I think you're fully aware of it, and it's caused you to have a pretty significant wobble. There was a higher picture to this, and it is here to help you to make adjustments and to continue, but to continue in a different way, in sort of unencumbered, I almost feel, by something. Continue in a more balanced way. I think your first priority here in response to this, lovely Aries, is actually to realign your own balance, work out what you can do, what you can't, and then get clear about that, and, you know, don't wobble. Be your brilliant self, walk your talk. This really is about you stepping up, lovely Aries. I almost feel like if you can just be your authentic self, somehow it's like, I feel a bit like the pathway is going to be cleared for you. Can you see with this balance card? I think it's really interesting. Look at these people. They're all defensive. They've all got their arms folded. This is the body language of defensiveness. These people don't want to hear. They're not interested. And this is like holding the scales of fairness. What I'm really hearing here, beautiful Aries, is I think the person or people that you're dealing with actually have no capacity whatsoever to listen to you. They're not interested. They're not interested. This is what they do. This is how they do it. This is their way of doing it. And I don't think you're going to get through to them in any way, shape or form. And in all honesty, I think you're being asked to slow down enough to recognise that and then continue on your way in your own right. Literally doing your own thing. For some of you, it could mean cutting cords. For others, it's almost like I'm seeing like a parting of the ways. Just crack on anyway. This is the sort of flavour I'm getting here. Let's draw more cards for my lovely Aries. What's your first card? The Fool. Yeah. And the Five of Cups. Yeah. Okay. I know it's really disappointing that I feel like there is disappointment around you that you can't fix something, actually, Aries. I'm just going to say this, and it feels quite tough to say it. Well, not tough, but real. Okay. I've got to say it how it's channeling through. I think that you can't fix something. You actually can't bring certain people back into balance. The only person you can fix is you. And whether you cut all ties, cut your losses and just move away, or you still keep a connection but you keep it at a significant distance, I think there's an acceptance that you're having to process here, lovely Aries, which is that there are people who are not going to change. You know, maybe in a way their role at a level of soul is to give us our biggest learning curves. That's not easy, but you know, maybe they do. Perhaps this is teaching you discernment. Super Souls, I do big in-depth readings on Patreon. It's another site. It works on donations, and I'm truly grateful to all of you guys who are on Patreon, because your ongoing contributions actually enable me to keep my free library up and running. For anyone new to me, I have a big online free library. It's called the A-Z of Emotional Health, and there it's all about psychology and emotions. You know, knowledge is power. So it's stuff, it's a resource. So thank you all who are on Patreon, and my way of giving back to those people on Patreon is to do my all zodiac sign readings over there. I'll put the link down below in case you want to check it out, and you can, you know, give as little or as much as you like. There are no tiers of membership. It just is, if you wish to make a contribution, thank you. I am eternally grateful, and I'm very, very blessed and privileged to read for you. Aries, I will do a deep dive. We'll look so much more, not just at what's happening, but also where all that's going in the we'll clarify in the bigger readings. But what I have to say to you, Aries, is, and this is your primary message, it's almost like you're coming to terms with the fact that there are people in the world that you can't change. And I don't mean of you trying to force them to change, but almost as if you would want them. I mean, why wouldn't you want people to step up and be the best version of them? But they're not going to. There are people who are really entrenched. And I think there's been stuff going on that has really wobbled you, knocked you off balance. And what your primary message is saying here, as you shift from November into December, which is beautifully in alignment with this energy, the overall energy, is this is time for you to invest in you. 100%, Aries. You know, put some water, put some sort of water between you, as it were. I think it is deeply sad that people do what they do, and it may not be fair. In fact, of course it's not. But you know, what you can do is just accept that you can't change them and then jump into this space of newness. There's a massive new beginning coming through for you. And the energy of December is offering this. And having created and looked at the diary for 2025, where I literally go through, I go through every single day of the year. I look at the lunar energy and what's happening every single day, because that's following the moon cycles and the moon phases within the moon cycles. So, and I can tell you January is a month where I know we have energetically, it's almost like opportunity to really sort of set the pace for the rest of the year. It's almost as if the new year energy flows right through the whole month of January. But anyway, I will do an update here on YouTube about all of this, of course. But right here, right now, Aries, this is your reading. The biggest message you're being asked to tune into is that something's been going on around you. and it's knocked you off balance. It hasn't been particularly pleasant. I don't think it's stopped you completely in your tracks, but it's left you questioning whether, I think it's basically left you questioning whether you should persevere or whether, you know, whether you are on track or not. Sometimes when the universe delivers us a big curveball, or it feels like a big curveball comes in, it feels like, you know, maybe I'm not on track, maybe I shouldn't be following this, maybe I shouldn't be doing this, perhaps this is a sign, and we can interpret in so many ways. Aries, the messages that are coming through for you are to persevere with something that you are doing and to be you. This is a stepping up, not down. It's really about distancing yourself, either walking away completely or distancing yourself from things that you can't do anything about. Really reminded of that serenity prayer. I think it's God, grant me the serenity to see, it's not see, well, I'm trying to remember the words. I ought to know. I actually printed it out just the other day for something I was doing, but it's God, give me the serenity to accept what I can't change, have the courage to change what I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. That's the gist of it anyway. Those words are not precise, but you know, that's what's here. If you can't change it, then just step away and invest your energy in you. There is a real opportunity for a new beginning around you here. Your primary message for the month is really about, for the moon month, is about shifting. It may be that when we move to the next moon month, December into January, that we explore the new beginning further for you, and I will certainly look into deep dive readings. But right here, right now on YouTube, these are small readings for a primary message, and your primary message is don't give up. Recognize that this is more to do with letting go of people who are unhelpful to you, or whose energy will not align with where you are going with your new beginnings. Get yourself back into balance and continue. Acknowledge your loss, acknowledge your losses. You can't fix people. Acknowledge and grieve for what can't be done, and just move on. Quite frankly, walk your talk, step up, be you, and just, I think things are really going to then open for you. Doorways, gateways opening, new beginnings. And the Rune Barkana is about a whole new phase of growth. Aries, this is a super reading, actually. Longer than I'd anticipated for a primary message. So, but you know, we must always follow our readings through. Tons of love, and you're welcome to join me for the deeper dive, but I hope this is really giving you valuable information right here and right now for the coming moon month. Beautiful Aries, tons and tons of love. Hey lovely Taurus, welcome to your monthly reading, your moon monthly reading, and we're asking for the most important message that Spirit wishes you to really be aware of for this moon month, November into December. Now, I've never done this before. I've never used a whole pack, the same pack as I've used for these cards, which is the ones I draw in the diary. But I'm going to use them today. I was really called to do so, which means we could have the same cards show up. Now, I'm actually seeing this card for you as well. Okay, Taurus, let's have a look and see what we have. You have empower yourself. How interesting that this came out for Aries as well. Walk your talk. Take time out. Okay. And take your time. Ah, okay. My lovely, beautiful Tauruses. How interesting. I'll draw some runes and then we will start to dive into your message. I'm really seeing something coming through here. So we have Kano, the rune of openings. Okay. That is your card. And you have Gibbous, the rune of partnership. Okay, Taurus. Your primary message is for this moon month, I think you're going to be offered a potential opening. It may already be around you, or you may already have choices around you, and you're not necessarily exactly sure yet which choice to make. Now, this seems to me to be connecting to some form of partnership. It could be a business partnership, it could be an intimate partnership. It's an important decision that you need to make, because it will take you in a particular direction with Kano. And what Spirit is saying to you is, don't rush into this. Take your time, take some time out to stop, because you'll come back refreshed. And also think about making this decision from the perspective of absolutely what's right for you, also what's right for the other person. But I sort of feel like you're being asked not to back down in terms of what's right for you, Taurus. It's one of those, it's like there's a negotiation to take place here. There is an opening, there is an opportunity around you. Now that may be with you already. It may be something that came to light during eclipse season, or it may be something that shows up during November and December, during this moon month. So that's the last couple of weeks of November and the first couple of weeks of December. We'll draw more cards for you. But you're being asked most definitely to take your time and not rush into this. I'm seeing these two cards for you. Expansion and gratitude. And look at the partnership element of this together. How beautiful is this? Yeah, there is an opportunity around you, that's for sure. Now, this could be a decision that you are making. I do think it's connected to partnership. So it could be personal, could be work, whatever it is. But it is connected to, I think, a one-on-one relationship. It could be to do with making a commitment, a greater commitment to someone. It could be finding the courage to pluck up and own your feelings and tell someone actually how much you really care about them. There's something about moving something forwards, making a commitment, Taurus, wanting to make something much more real. But take your time. And if somebody is asking you to make a commitment, it could be, I'm sort of seeing this sort of two sides of things. We've got these two people. Look at this energy between them. There's a spark. And look how this person is actually pregnant, and this lady has the world in her belly. Yeah, this is about it. There is an opportunity to expand something, to move it forwards, to make it bigger, to make it be more solid, more committed. It's an opening, and it is a big opening. It's a turning point in your life. It will make something more, it'll take a spark and make it into something more real. I could run through a whole list of things, but it is connected to some form of a significant other, though that could be a business partnership. It could be a working arrangement. It could be telling your bestie how much you really, really care about them, offering to help them out because you just can. There is something here around moving something forwards. And even with Kano, look at the fire here. And we have the book here. This is like a contract. So contracts could be signed. You could be moving in together, taking on a premises with somebody else, entering a contract, an arrangement, liaising, writing a book together, working on a project together, deciding to have a family together, deciding to get married. It could even be the very first step. There's someone you'd like to approach, and you would like, or someone has approached you and you would like to, and they want to liaise and work with you, a partnership potential. Well, take your time. This is not to be rushed into. I'm not seeing an unfavourable outcome, but this is certainly not to be rushed into. This is to be done in a manner that is really enabling something to expand. It's almost like if you expanded it too quickly, it couldn't come to fruition. It wouldn't blossom. It's like trying to make a flower open more quickly. You can't, because you'll damage all the petals if you try and peel them open. You need to let it unfold here. But something is unfolding, and it's taking you in a new direction, Taurus. Or even if your life technically remains the same, there's something within it that becomes consolidated, that becomes more real, that creates a greater space of possibility, and it's loaded with spark, potential, passion. I am really loving this, Taurus. I'm absolutely loving your reading. Let's just draw more cards. I mean, this is the primary message for you, in essence, is connected to some form of opening. And obviously I will be doing, well, I say obviously, you won't know that if you're new to my channel. I do bigger in-depth readings, a deeper dive on a different platform called Patreon. Basically, Patreon works on donations, and I put a lot of free stuff into the world. I have a whole free online library called the A to Z of Emotional Health. It's a resource that is all about emotions and psychology, and there are an amazing group of people, thank you all of you who are on Patreon, who contribute on a month-to-month basis to support my work, and that enables things like my library to remain a free resource for anyone who wishes to use it. It's full of all kinds of stuff, meditations, all kinds of things. And as a thank you, I do my big deep dive Patreon readings on Patreon, my all zodiac sign readings over there. And it is my way of saying thank you to all of those people who support my work and enable me to continue to put so much free stuff into the world. So thank you for those of you who are on Patreon. And so if you're interested, beautiful Tauruses, you can check that out. There's no ongoing commitments. You can give as little or as much as you wish, and you can, you know, duck in and duck out, whatever suits you. And there are tutorials over there as well about reading the cards and the runes. But your message, your primary message here, is speaking about some area of an opening or making a commitment to something, taking something a stage further. And it will take your life in a pretty amazing direction. It's connected to some form of partnership or collaboration. And the whole advice here is, whether someone approaches you or you approach them, simply take your time. You know, make a decision really thoughtfully here. Let's ask if we can have more information for my lovely Tauruses about this. Let's draw some tarot cards for you, beautiful Tauruses. Seeing the one on the base, it's just really tingling in my fingers as well. So let's put that to one side for a moment. First of all, we have, right, Seven of Wands, challenge, courage, and then we have King of Wands, motivation. How interesting. Motivation, honor. What was our last? The Devil. Ah, okay. This does add a whole new dimension to this. Right. Now, I used all kinds of examples of making a commitment to someone. For some of you, this is actually making a commitment to sort of to yourself. It could be that there could be some form of a connection, which is, it could be even like an addiction or something like that, and you're making a commitment to let go of that to yourself, being motivated, making that choice. And it is a challenge to give something up that we really want. What I also think is that for some of you, I want to say it could even be leaving a situation. I'm seeing so much positivity though, with a Kano is a rune of monumental openings, so it's fantastic. If this involves a letting go of something, a drawing the line, or a saying goodbye to something, having the courage to face something, it's because you're stepping into something that is so, so much better. And I have a much greater perspective here on, you know, what I feel is channeling through is much more positive. Whatever you'll leave, if you have to leave something behind, it's because you're stepping to something that's fantastic. It could almost be making a commitment to a relationship, let's say, that not everybody in your world would approve of, for example. and therefore you're going to cut some cords around something, or maybe it's a big step towards, like, if you're moving in with someone, you're giving up your independence, so you're cutting the cords of some form of independence. I think this is fascinating. Can you see here that the candle has literally just gone out? When that happens, like, the timing of it, I always feel, is absolutely impeccable. So something's come to its natural end, actually. Bear with me while I pick up another candle for you. So Taurus, what I'm going to say to you is, as one chapter comes to an end, a new one is lit. And what you're being advised here is to navigate this transition carefully and thoughtfully. Kind of like navigate it with your eyes wide open. That's what I want to say. You know, if you are entering a contract with someone, let's say you entered a new working alliance, it doesn't necessarily mean, this reading isn't suggesting it will be negative. In fact, we're seeing a lovely, you know, heart shape here, gratitude, and a lovely lady expecting, you know, so there's something to be nurtured and brought forth here. But it's really important that the terms and conditions of this are navigated, the choices, so that you still have choices. It's like navigate this contract. Let's say you were buying a house with someone, for example. This is just hypothetical, but let's say you were buying a house with somebody and you've got contracts to sign. You need to make sure that you're entering this from a position of empowerment, that you're not stuck or entangled in something that could later be a problem, as it were. So the advice and the guidance here is very clear for you, Taurus. There is an opportunity to connect, commit to something, enter it with your eyes wide open, and I think it's going to come out very, very well. I think it's a great opportunity. There's nothing here that's suggesting it's not, but it is. It's like entering a business arrangement. You know, if you enter a business arrangement with a business person, a successful business person will automatically set up a contract that's in their favour, and it doesn't mean that they're trying to pull a fast one on you. It just means that that's what they do. They're business people. They sort things out in their favour, and you need to look at that and come back and say, hang on a minute, actually we need to make this adjustment and this adjustment, because I'd love to come and work with you. I think we have so much potential, but it needs to work for us both. Empowerment. So stop, slow down, look at it, take your time, look at the small print. And I think, Taurus, this is actually loaded with possibility and potential, but it's like, it's kind of working out the nitty-gritty of how you do it and establishing it in a way that is genuinely not going to cause any potential confusion at a later date. It's like going into something with your eyes wide open for all parties. I mean, it couldn't be more beneficial, really. If everybody did that, we'd end up with an awful lot less conflict in the world in every possible way. So again, even if this was a personal connection with a massive spark, see beyond the spark and the immediate passion, and, you know, get to know the person, take your time. I'm not seeing anything negative about it, but don't just let the passion pull you through. Start to get to know that person in a way that means that you're being your completely authentic self. You're walking your talk, you're being you, and that gives them the opportunity to do the same. So it's just, everything here is saying, approach this connection, whatever it is, my lovely Tauruses, from a position of profound empowerment and authenticity, whilst also reading the small print, or looking at the small print, looking at the details. Don't be pulled into something because of the spark and passion and desire. Get it right at the foundation level, and the rest will grow beautifully. Be like building a house. If you get the foundation wrong, you're then going to run into problems later. So it's like, get those details right and get them right now. This is your message, beautiful Tauruses, and you are very welcome to join me over on Patreon and our lovely Patreon community for the bigger, in-depth, deeper dive readings if you wish to. Tons and tons and tons of love. Hey lovely Gemini, welcome to your moon month reading. Let's ask for the most important message. What's coming through for you? These readings are fascinating already, they really are. I'm actually seeing this one for you. This is the first time, I've been saying in the other readings, that I've ever used a whole pack of these cards alongside these. These are the ones I use in the Manifest with the Moon diary. Just because it's curious that we might get the same cards twice, of course, though we haven't yet. Now you have, Gemini, allow yourself to receive the Spiritual Warrior and Nurture. These are interesting cards, my lovely souls. Okay, this is about your calling and your purpose. And look at how many hands we've got coming forwards here. Hands here with this beautiful seedling. There's an opportunity here for you to receive something, I think, that will assist you in finding your calling, finding your purpose, actually. Maybe that something's come up in eclipse season that you've been shown, or something's been highlighted for you. But we're definitely seeing with this is a very powerful card to have at the central position. You're being offered something that you can then take forwards and grow into something. This seems to be your primary message for this moon month, so November into December. You have Othilla. Okay, this is a rune card, and you have Kino, the rune of, or Kano, the rune of openings. Okay, so yeah, you're being offered something here. It means letting go of something in order to be able to have it. Okay, and this will probably make some sense to you, hopefully, my lovely Geminis. You have to release something or let go of something, or it's like there's a situation, you've basically outgrown something. It's time to move house, literally, almost. This is a hermit crab. And look at all the crystals on its back. Yeah, you're being asked to move. You have to let go of something in order to then move forwards, but you're being given something that you can really grow here, and it could lead you in a very specific direction that is going to be, it's going to sing to your soul. This feels like a turning point of new beginnings here. So when we looked at these cards right at the start, I sort of said, you know, November time, we're coming out of eclipse season. We've now got to consolidate all of that information from eclipse season and bring it into, you know, start to work out how we're going to make it real. And I think for you guys, you've outgrown something. Something's not working anymore. And you're being called, literally, to sing to a different song. But you're being given an opportunity here to make this possible. And it's about stepping up, you know, walking your talk as well, very much in alignment with your pathway as a spiritual warrior. What else are we shown here? Maybe we have more information for my lovely Geminis. What is this opportunity about? Seeing this. Oh my goodness me, rejection. Right. Ah, okay, this is making some sense. Okay. There is your card. Acceptance. Okay. Right. Okay. This is making some sense to me, Gemini. So, my beautiful souls, something in your world, and I think you will be aware of what this is within the uniqueness of your own world, because this is, you know, it's a general reading, so it's going to apply to you in so many different ways. But basically, there's something you've been doing that didn't work out. Maybe you've approached someone and you've been trying to get something from someone. You've basically been following a course of action that has not delivered what you desired. Okay, now what this reading is saying, it's really saying to you, look, this does not mean that you are not worthy. Not at all. Acceptance is a card that says there is something bigger and better for you. And actually, whatever didn't work out, it didn't work out because truly there is something so much better for you, especially with Kano, the rune of openings. This is like, it's like someone opening a doorway. even though something has not felt ideally wonderful, there is within this situation a turning point, an opportunity for you to move forwards. Now, my beautiful Geminis, the full moon in this moon month is your full moon. So this is a time of illumination. It's a time of illumination for everyone, but for you guys, it's even more powerful, even bigger. I think by the time we reach this sort of midpoint of the moon month, I think you will see incredibly carefully, clearly, almost with such certainty that you need to let go of a certain course of action here, and you'll know what direction to go in. There is somewhere better for you to invest your time and energy. And it's kind of like accepting that going down a particular path, it doesn't mean that what you're doing was any less worthy. It's a bit like if you were, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good example. Let's say you were hell-bent on baking, for example. Let's say you were setting up a bakery or something like that, and you were hell-bent on setting up a bakery in a particular town, and you've been trying to secure a premises, and you suddenly got a rejection, you know, all went wrong at the last minute. It doesn't mean you shouldn't be baking. You're going to make the best pie ever. It doesn't mean your pies aren't worthy. It just means that there is a better location for you. Othilla can sometimes literally indicate real property. So there's something about, it's like relocating your energy, or relocating where you're investing yourself, or relocating your purpose, relocating whatever it is. It doesn't mean what you're doing isn't right. It's just that it's like where you've been placing it has come to it's come to a dead end in some way, shape or form. Your investment has come to a dead end, and you need to allow yourself to receive. This says, one of our greatest blocks in our ability to manifest our greatest desires is an inability to allow ourselves to receive. This card asks that you take some time to identify any inner beliefs, perceptions and attitudes that stop you from receiving, and one by one remove these resistances. So this is literally letting go of. Gosh, this is such a big message coming through for you, Gemini. There's so much more. There's a bigger, better opportunity for you. Walk your talk, be your brilliant self. There is a bigger, better opportunity. I feel like you've almost been settling for less. Settling for less than you should have been settling for. Like not really believing that you could be ever, that something you do and something you're doing could bring in so much. It's just that you're not barking up the wrong tree, but you're limiting your horizons in something. It's a bit like if you were, I don't know, an amazing craftsperson, for example, and you've been trying to sell, you know, in let's say a local, I don't know, like a local market or something, and or a local craft market. I'm not saying that's not an amazing place to sell, but there's only a certain number of people who are going to see your work if that's the only place that you ever show it. What you need to do is to get out and be bigger. You need to be seen somewhere else. There's a direction, like approaching a really big store. You can still do your beautiful local craft market, and people will come from miles around, you know, all over the place to come and see your work, because they'll have seen it in the bigger store, or they'll have seen it advertised online, and they'll be like, oh wow, I could actually go and see this stuff in person. So it doesn't mean you necessarily completely give up something, but you'll be course correcting, some of you, but there is a better way of doing this. Yeah, I feel like you're almost shortchanging yourselves in something you're doing, which is really interesting. And this is your kind of primary message for this moon month. It's actually about letting go of one course of action or one area of investment or one perspective on something in order for another to then open up. The opening up means you'll receive. Very interesting. This is a rune that actually speaks of sometimes inheritance and gain. It's almost like if you relinquish a particular course of action and you let go of it, you will then gain something because you've let go of that. As long as you try and pursue that one course of action, you're blocking yourself from receiving something. And the moment that you relinquish that, you know, too determined a way through, I'll only do it this way kind of thing, the moment as long as you hold fast to that, it's blocking you from receiving. If you let go of that way of doing things, actually you're going to be able to receive something, and it will be something that you can take forward and nurture into being, and something you really want will really come to fruition. You know, you're going to be able to bake that pie, really. Let's draw a couple more cards for my beautiful Geminis. Your message is actually very clear, really. Oh, your message is very clear, lovely Gemini, for this moon month. I will be doing, of course, a deep dive. For those of you that are new to me, I'm seeing this one as well. In this moon month update, I always do my all zodiac sign readings, really asking for the most important message for you. I put a ton of free stuff into the world. I have a whole free online library about psychology and emotion, and that is maintained as a free resource by me, and also by donations from people who support my work, and I'm so grateful to all of you. I have a Patreon site where people can make donations, and that is what supports the library, as well as a ton of other free stuff that I put into the world. So thank you, all of you who are on Patreon. And my way of giving back to those wonderful folk on Patreon is to do my bigger deep dive all zodiac sign readings and a tutorial. So do check them out if you really would like to go a little bit deeper and a little bit further into the moon month. Okay, so we have the World. Look at this: success, reward, success, completion. What this is telling us is that you have to complete something, you have to close something, end it, move on from it in order to, my apologies, that's how that should sit. My apologies, right, YouTube will have a crisis over this, possibly. I will make sure I cover that up. Here it is covered, and it's the shuffling that has changed the direction of my post-it. Okay, so, but this tells us reward, success, completion. You get the reward if you actually change direction or take a different approach. Success will come, and something you really want will come from it. We then have the High Priestess. So this is about direction, clarity, and look at that, the Ten of Pentacles, which is a card of, you know, of loveliness, of, I always think this is a bit like the lottery win of, of the zodiac, the Ten of Pentacles. It's my sort of personal description of it. You get a massive gain by letting go of a particular course of action. There's something fabulous. And look at this: inheritance, family, property. I think and this is about inheritance, sometimes real property. I think if you let go of a particular course of action, you're going to gain something huge by doing so. So it's kind of just, this is really saying you're going to have to accept that one way of doing things is not serving you and shift a gear to a different way of doing things, because the moment you do that, something really hugely amazing is going to come to you, of fabulous proportions. So that's great, lovely Gemini. I appreciate it's not always easy to change tack, but that's what we're being shown here. So lovely Geminis, thank you for joining me. Fab outcome for you. I mean, seriously, fab outcome. This is your moon month reading, and yeah, do check out Patreon if that appeals to you. Tons and tons and tons of love. Hello, my lovely Cancers. Let us see what your most important message is. We have this card I'm seeing. I'm actually seeing both of these coming through for you. So let us check out what's the most important message for moon for this moon month. Okay, so you've done nothing wrong. Gossip and drama, and take your time. Okay, lovely Cancer, what is going on around you? This has come up a couple of times, this card. I guess astrologically things are intense, and that can often bring out quite emotionally fueled reactions. This card says, talking behind people's backs is one of the greatest producers of negative energy, with the potential to affect not only individuals but entire communities. Make a choice not to involve yourself in this. This card also asks that if you are unable to find anything positive to say, then please consider saying nothing. Okay, take your time, slow down, and you've done nothing wrong. I'm wondering if you're tangled in something, my lovely Cancers. This says, whatever has taken place was out of your control and out of your hands. This card asks you to let go of any feelings of guilt or personal blame. This was not your fault. You've done nothing wrong. Okay, and then we have a card that says, take your time, slow down. If you are feeling under pressure, whether in response to a situation or the demands of another person, or from pressure that you're placing on yourself, this card asks you to slow down and take time to evaluate before reaching a conclusion, making a decision, or committing yourself. Now, this feels for me as if there's some stuff going on around you that it probably does require some sort of decision, but whether it's being driven by some, you know, just some toxicity in the background, something going on, we'll draw a few more cards for you. So we are asking for the most important message for this moon month for my lovely Cancers. So we have Gibbous partnership, may we have another rune, here we are, and we have lovely Lagos flow. Okay, I actually feel that your message is really clear, my beautiful Cancers, or at least your first message that's coming through here for you. So I think you actually are having to make some sort of either a decision or an evaluation around something. I mean, the energy that's around anyway, especially having come through eclipse season, we're processing everything that's been brought to light, we're processing everything that took place, we're needing to work out what course of action to continue with and what not, and what to persevere with, how to navigate things, and we're going to see a lovely shift of energy as we move into December. I feel as though you're needing to just take your time around, there's some connection to someone. This is usually a one-on-one partnership of some sort. There is a connection to someone who, I think, with the gossip and drama card, I think it's basically coming to light that maybe, I don't know, maybe there's been stuff that, I think stuff is coming to light that's been happening behind your back or behind somebody else's back, and you're needing to filter this through in order to then work out what the best course of action is for you here. Okay, this is what we're being shown. This is your first message, your primary message that's coming through for you, lovely Cancer. What else are we being shown for my beautiful Cancers? It is this card. So balance is your first card. How fascinating. This came out in one of the other readings too. I think it's just because there's been a bit of friction in the air around eclipse season. There are people here who just aren't listening. Lovely Cancer. I think it's really important that you hold a balanced perspective in what, there's something you need to have a balanced perspective on here. And I sort of feel like it's quite hard for you to tell who's giving you the right information. So don't bring it on yourself. Just stand back and take your time, basically. Slow down, take your time. Don't be in a rush to make any decisions. We have the card of facade. How interesting. Okay, I'm seeing with these two people together hand in hand, and there is a story that comes with this card, but I'm seeing two people hand in hand. It may be that there is someone around you who's been, it could be a child, it could be your own child, it could be someone else's child, it could be your inner child, or it could be an adult who's behaving like a child, but somebody amongst this is, yeah, behaving. There's a childishness involved here, which is part of the gossip and the drama element, really. Take your time. I think you need to just let things sort of wash through you a little bit. I mean, Cancer, my beautiful souls, you are so watery, and if you imagine the waves of the sea lapping across your feet, you know, and in come these waves, wave after wave after wave lapping over your feet. It's kind of time to have, metaphorically, like a lovely walk along the beach where you allow the water to lap over your feet and you ponder what's really going on under the surface, the tides. That's what's coming through here. It's what's channeling. Because you do need to make some sort of choice or decision here. This is what I'm seeing. And it needs to be, what I say, a choice. You need to basically have a balanced perspective. And at the moment, I don't think you're entirely, because, I don't know, it's like these people have their backs to you. So you're needing to have a balanced perspective in something. This is what's coming through. Let's draw a couple more cards for you. I really am curious. I want clarifying cards around this gossip and drama. That's what I need for you, my lovely Cancer. May we have clarifying cards about this gossip and drama situation. What are we seeing here? I am seeing this, actually, and that. Okay. All I'm seeing at the moment for you, my beautiful Cancers, is that you need to have a balanced perspective on something. Right, the Creator. No. How interesting. This is a unique card to this pack. You need to say no to something. There's something, again, people with their backs turned to you here. And the Facade card, the High Priestess. It's almost like you need to get in touch with your higher self and see beyond the human realms, because I think there's somebody around you who's behaving in quite a childish manner. Yes, this could also involve some element of competitiveness here. I think there could be somebody who's quite competitive around you. I mean, I asked for clarification around the gossip and drama card. We're seeing someone who's quite competitive here, and you're needing to actually say no, actually, to something here. This needs to, there's choices, or there's something you need to say no to. There's a connection within relationship. Just let this kind of wash through you a little bit. And I want to say, Cancer, feel your way through this rather than think your way through this. Feel your way through this. That's what I'm really seeing here. This is definitely, there's a connection to somebody. My lovely Cancers. I'm going to draw more cards for you, although this is really about a primary message for you. I do my bigger readings, my all zodiac sign readings, on a different platform. Basically, I put lots of free stuff into the world. I have a big online library. It's completely free. It gives out emotional, psychological resources. It's free of charge, always has been, and obviously these things cost, you know, to maintain. And on Patreon, wonderful, thank you Patreon folk, all of you. There are people on Patreon who make contributions that assist me in continuing to put free stuff into the world, including my library. There are loads of things there to, you know, knowledge is power. Emotional knowledge especially is power. And anyway, as a way of saying thank you, that is where I do my bigger, in-depth, extended all zodiac sign readings. You're very welcome to check them out if you're new to my channel. That's where you'll find them. But let's follow through right here and right now, Cancer, because this feels like a slightly tricky energy. It's a little bit sticky. It's a little bit, because it's not really, I'd almost say that there's someone who is quite childlike. who's sort of leading you a little bit, I feel. It's with the clouds, I almost feel it's a bit delusional, that facade. There's a facade going on, it's a bit delusional here. And your reading is very clear. Spirit is saying, look, you need to see clearly with this full moon. You need to see clearly what's going on in this relationship, because actually it's rooted in sort of defensiveness. It's rooted in competitiveness. And actually, you're not going to be able to flow forward successfully unless you can sort of see it clearly. The High Priestess is saying, feel your way through this. Listen to your inner voice. Listen to your dreams. Okay, listen to your dreams. You'll be shown things in your dreams. Let's draw more cards. These are our clarifying cards for the gossip and drama card here. Okay, let's put those there. And let's draw more cards to see if we can be given more advice about this situation. It's your primary message, which is you need to see something clearly. We have the Chariot. We have the Ten of Swords. Okay, and you have the Six of Swords. Okay, I'm kind of pleased to see this. Okay, so we had these three cards connected to, I mean, I was asking clarification around the gossip and drama card. There is somebody who really is almost quite delusional. It's like walking on these clouds. It's not real. This isn't the stuff of realness. It's like a child in a grown-up body, and you need to see it clearly and own your own wisdom. You know, let yourself filter this through. Now we have the Chariot, we have the Ten of Swords, which is a card of closure, of endings here. I think you will actually need to make something, you will move something forwards, journey, success, progress. And something will come to a completion within this. There will be something will come to completion here around whatever's been going on, whatever's a bit delusional. It's going to come to a completion. Whatever's out of balance, just going to pop that over there. It sort of feels like this is over here in the past, really. I feel like I almost want to pile them over there. Might even draw you another card for over here, lovely Cancers. But basically the gist of this is this will come to a completion. I think you will be the person to move it forwards. The key here is that you see it for what it is. You need to see it for what it is. It's as simple as that. That's the key message for you. You need to see something for what it is, and then you'll know how to move forwards. You'll find the right route ahead. There is a pathway through something, lovely Cancers, that needs to be moved forwards. At the moment, there's something going on that is not. Well, it's this behind your back stuff, you know. It's not, but it feels delusional. It doesn't feel very clear in any way, shape or form. Let us move those cards back over there and draw you one more card to see where this is all going. I'll use the Art of Manifestation cards again. There's your card flying out. Okay, we have self-care. Beautiful. Loving this. Self-care is not an act of selfishness, it is an act of consciousness. This card invites you to prioritize your own self-care. Now, this may feel selfish to you, but in truth, when you attend to your own needs with love, with care, you create an inner wealth that will radiate into the world, impacting positively on all you come into. Whatever is going on around you, you need to prioritize you. You need to prioritize your well-being, your health, your future, your everything. You need to prioritize you, your care. That's what matters here. And if you do so, beautiful souls, well, that's what we're seeing, the outcome here. I think at the moment there's stuff going on behind the scenes that is interfering in that in some way, but its roots are in some form of competitiveness. There's some delusional kind of stuff going on, some kind of defensiveness, but you need to hold a balanced perspective here, because otherwise, you know, you're not seeing clearly. And the Creator card really does say no. Say no to things that are not working. Say no to unhealthiness. Feel your way through this and see the competitiveness for what it is, see the behavior for what it is, move through, by prioritizing you. This is the way forwards, and this is the way to handle it. If your priorities and you are at the top of your agenda, I think everything else will sort of probably become clear, literally. It will result in something being closed down, but in an incredibly helpful manner, I think. My lovely Cancers, if you'd like to do the deeper dive, or do the bigger all zodiac sign readings, you're very welcome to join me on Patreon. And thank you, all of you who are already over there. You really do enable me to do so much in the world, and it is such a privilege to be connected with you all, and all of you here on YouTube as well. Thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing, because all of these things support the channel. So just thank you so much. Tons of love. Hello lovely Leos, what are we being shown for you for this coming moon month? What's happening for you? I'm seeing this card here, this one here, and actually this one here. Now, we're asking for your main priority message. So we have, this feels like a contradiction, okay? We've got take a risk and take your time. We've also got new beginnings. Leo, this feels very interesting for you guys. Really interesting energy. So, excuse me. Now, so first of all, new beginnings. This card indicates that you're about to begin a new chapter of your life. Shed, release, cleanse. Let go of any obstacles, inner or outer, that prevent you from engaging fully and moving forwards. The time is right for a fresh start and a new beginning. The universe supports you in your growth. Okay. Then we've got take your time and take a risk. This isn't a contradiction at all. Of course it's not. Wow. Slow down if you're feeling under pressure, whether in response to a situation or the demands of another person, or from pressure that you are placing on yourself. This card asks you to slow down and take time to evaluate before reaching a conclusion, making a decision, or committing yourself. You are really about to move into genuinely a new chapter of life. There's exciting stuff going on for you, Leo. Amazing stuff. Now, you will need to take a risk, because this is like seriously stepping out of your comfort zone. Feeling safe and secure is a wonderful experience, but if we remain in our safe zone for fear of change, we create a limiting and restrictive environment that can ultimately lead to stagnation and the loss of our creative potential to manifest our greatest contribution in the world. Let go of fear, take a risk. Okay, now, yes, let go of fear, take a risk. Don't be afraid to embrace the new beginnings, but don't be pressured either. It's like this fine line, this fine balance for you lovely Leos, between not doing the new beginning when that's available to you. There's something really fabulous waiting for you, versus you pressuring yourself into doing it so quickly that you then, I don't know, it's like if there's two doorways in front of you and you pressure yourself to leap through one rather than giving yourself the time to work out which one you want to take. That's what seems to be coming through here. It's like there's absolutely, this is the time, the timing is perfect for you lovely Leos to move into something new, but you're being encouraged to really evaluate sort of what that is before leaping into it. Maybe there's more than one opportunity for you. What do we have here for my lovely Leos? May we have another card, please? Okay, so we've got Berkana. This is the rune of growth. This is a whole new phase of life. So this is just, and we have it here, walk your talk, be your brilliant self. So there's definitely a new life unfolding for you, Leo. This is unquestionable. And this has been coming through for my Leos in other readings I've been doing. So you're going to be shown the signals, the signs. This is Anzus. Signs, signals, synchronicities. You'll be shown the way. You're going to be given signs. What your reading is now saying to me, and it's making so much sense, just so much sense, lovely Leos, is slow down. Because if you're putting yourself under pressure, I mean, you know what it's like when you put yourself under pressure to make a decision quickly, and then you know, actually you could be so focused on the decision that you think you ought to be making that you end up like missing a really important sign or a doorway that the universe is opening for you or showing you. It's like, this is like navigating, it's like what I'm sort of seeing really, what's sort of channeling through really is almost like a corridor with lots of different doorways in it. And in a way, there's no wrong or right way. You know, you're going to get to the final destination, whatever happens. But I feel like there's trepidation within you or uncertainty because you don't know which of the doorways to take. And actually, one of these doorways is going to have your name on it. But if you're in such a rush because you feel like you've got to do it and you've got to make it happen, that you just rush to the door at the end of the corridor because that looks like it's probably the right one because it's the furthest away and that's where you're going and blah, blah, blah. It sort of feels like it's got that energy about it. So I think this is a real walk down that corridor really carefully because something will be shown to you. It could even be, I don't know, I've got this, I'm really seeing you walking down this corridor. There could be like this feather just floating down in front of you and landing and settling in front of a particular door. Then that's the door to go through. You'll be shown. But if you're so determined, right, I know I need to go to A to Z and I'll go to Z and that's the furthest door away, you could just walk right past that feather and not even see it. You're being guided, you're being shown the signs, lovely Leo. There is a new beginning for you. It's a whole new phase of life. Something really magical is being offered to you, being opened for you. Let's draw more cards. And this is the message. Take your time because you're going to be shown something that will indicate metaphorically which doorway you need to walk through. Self-worth. Okay, this is interesting. It's a lovely story attached to this card. This is an Inuit child, and the Inuit child sees this amazing chair that's lit up and rushes home to talk about it, and no one believes the Inuit child because this is not everyone can see that chair, and it's like not everyone can see that sign or that possibility. This is a part of your message that's definitely coming through. There's something in front of you, or there will be something that will be shown to you. Not everyone will see it or believe in it, but it's right for you. And when the Inuit child went to bed, the chair appeared in their bedroom again and they were able to climb into it. It's like you're going to absolutely be guided here. You're absolutely going to be guided here. There's no question of it, lovely Leos. Joy. Look at this, joy. And this is so you, lovely Leo, this sunflower, your sun energy. There's an amazing opportunity coming your way, lovely Leos. I don't know what this doorway is or what this pathway is, but what I am seeing in no uncertain terms is that there is an amazing opportunity coming to you. Absolutely amazing. And you're going to be given a sign that will assist you in knowing exactly which doorway to open. So lovely Leos, let's draw more cards for you. What is this opportunity, this window opening? It really is taking you into a new phase of life. I think some of you know what it is you're looking for. I think some of you know where you want to go. You know you want to change, you know you want a shift in your well-being, you know you want a new beginning, but what is this opportunity about? So we have the Knight of Cups, that's a lovely energy. We have also the Nine of Swords and the Page of Pentacles. Okay. Right. Right, lovely, lovely Leos. What are we seeing here? What I am seeing is you putting yourself under a lot of pressure to make a choice. You know, there's a proposal or with the Knight of Cups. There is an opportunity. I think for many of you, you know what this is. It's It's almost like, I think you know the general direction that you want to go in, but this is about working out the specifics. It would be like, I'm going to come up with all sorts of silly examples now, but it would be like if you were, let's say you had always wanted to, I don't know, run a store, for example, or set up an online store, but you hadn't decided what products you were going to sell. And then you never get round to opening the store, or you're debating and you're giving yourself, you know, going over and over all the possibilities, giving yourself a headache over it. It's a silly example, but it's kind of like there's something here about, you know the direction you want to go in, but you're not sure of the specifics. You're going to be shown signs that will enable you to know exactly how to make this happen, how to bring this forth. You know, this is definitely what we're seeing here. We're definitely seeing this is the key here for you, I think, my beautiful Leos. Your primary message and most important message is about not putting yourself under pressure. Not putting yourself under pressure. There is a new beginning, there is an opening, and you can pick it up and kind of run with it. You can use your talent, your skills, you can choose where to invest yourself. But rather than giving yourself a headache, because I think there's almost like more than one possibility, it's exactly that. You know the general direction. It would be like making university choices, and you know there are several different ones and you just can't make up your mind which. If you just slow down and get still, the right course of action will be shown to you. Whatever this is about for you, there is something that indicates a new phase in life. And whatever this means for you, this new phase in life is going to, it literally is a whole new phase. It's Berkana, it's an entire new chapter of your world unfolding. So don't rush into pressurizing yourself, and don't worry endlessly about making the right choice. This is one of those moon months when if you slow down and just allow yourself to be guided, you're going to find the right direction. It's going to be shown to you. It literally will be shown. You will receive signs and you'll know very, very, very clearly. And that's when you then take the risk. And honestly, the Leo energy in this card is gorgeous. It will be right for you. It will enable you to be your most brilliant self, to express yourself, to take your skills and your talents further, to invest them in, I think it is largely a work situation. That's what I'm seeing here. It could even be moving house, moving to a new community, a place where you can really be you. But whatever it is, lovely Leos, you're going to be given the signs. And this is the message that's coming through. Your most important message is saying you are literally at this wonderful space of a new beginning. You know what you want. You know what you want. You just don't quite know the details, but they will be shown to you during this moon month, and that's going to open doorways. There'll be opportunity along the way as well to evaluate with the Rune of Gateway too, especially in that shift from November into December. And with Fehu, the Rune of Nourishment, Possessions, this is ambition satisfied. So this is something that's really going to float your boat big time, my beautiful Leos. And just because no one else sees the signs and signals, don't listen to what other people say. This is what I feel like I'm really hearing. Don't listen to, this is so unique to you. You're going to be shown what's right for you. Other people will have other perspectives. This is about you knowing what's right for you, not being pressured by other people. If you know, somebody else might have a really logical approach to what you want to do. Well, I think you should do this because of X, Y, Z. Actually, you need to do what's right for you. Totally 100%, my beautiful Leos. There's no question of it. And that's the message that's channeling through for you in no uncertain terms. My lovely Leos, if you want to do a bit of a bigger deep dive, I do much deeper all zodiac sign readings on another platform. Now, I put tons of free stuff into the world. I have a whole free online library, and that library, it's a free resource about psychology and emotions. It's been up and running for years, and it's always been free. And actually, as a free resource. It's supported by a group of people who support me on Patreon, and thank you all of you. I know some of you are here on YouTube too. Thank you, beautiful Patreon people, because you really do enable me to keep putting free stuff into the world, tons of it. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. But as a way of saying thank you to my lovely, lovely Patreon community, I do my all zodiac sign readings over there. And so that's where you'll get the deeper dive, the extended readings. I do tutorials as well. So my beautiful Leos, you're really, really welcome to join us over there if you wish. If not, I hope this is really giving you the information you need right here and right now to know how to navigate the coming moon month. You are definitely being guided. You're going to be shown exactly what you need to see when you need to see it. The key here is to just remove the pressure either from you or from others, and just pay attention, because you're going to be given signs, and this is enabling you to literally sort of like to find your own expression, to express yourself, to find a direction that is in alignment with you being you in a way that I don't think you've actually achieved previously. This is beautiful. Your energy is gorgeous, lovely Leos, this moon month. So I am sending you all the love in the world. Thank you so, so much for joining me. Don't forget to check in on the moon month as well at the end of these readings, because the incoming energy is just fascinating in terms of working with it. Tons and tons of love, beautiful souls, and I will see you again soon for some other readings. Hey, my lovely Virgos, let's see what we are shown. What's the most important message that Spirit can bring you to tell you about the coming month? I am seeing this card and also this one from the base of the pack. What is happening for my lovely Virgos? We have lack. Leading a spiritual life does not mean living in lack. This card asks you to release any underlying beliefs that you may hold regarding entitlement and worthiness that may be blocking your ability to receive. When you have an abundance of wealth, both inner and outer, you will have an abundance to give and to share with others. We also have a card, you are safe. That's an interesting card. You are safe and open the floodgates. My lovely Virgos, what I can see here is that you have possibly during eclipse season, maybe some big, quite, well, let's just say emotional stuff has happened. Stuff that shifted you to a place of anxiety or a feeling that it wasn't really safe. Now, this is really suggesting that we're coming through and out the other side of that. And of course, you know, we know astrologically, and even looking at these cards as we did at the beginning, we're moving from eclipse season when we were shown so much in order to align, excuse me, in order to align our course, in order to know how to move forwards in the right direction, to clarify our direction, to make appropriate choices. The rune of movement is the bettering of any situation. Course correct, persevere. So there's a real shift in energy coming. And I feel for you guys it may involve needing to sort of start to release some of the emotional sort of tension. What I'm seeing, and what I'm just channeling through, is almost like a coiled spring. And that coiled spring, it's almost like it really needs to be released. There's lots of tension around you, my lovely Virgos. I'm not sure what exactly that was the cause of this, and it will be unique to you each. But this is really acknowledging that there needs to be a shift in perspective here in some way, shape or form. And part of that is the recognition that something has now concluded and there needs to be an emotional release here. I'm going to draw more cards, but I will touch base around this with some of the other things that I do that put a lot of free stuff into the world, and there are things some resources that you may be able to access that might help with emotional release, my lovely Virgos. So whatever this is for you, let's have a look. Maybe we have a key message for my lovely Virgos. So we have Degas, the rune of breakthrough. And what do we see here? A butterfly. So this is this point of transformation from the chrysalis to the butterfly. So something can now unfurl It can now move forward. Something that has felt as if, I wouldn't even say it was stuck. Stuck doesn't feel right. It feels like it was kind of on hold almost, actually, like this coiled spring. So a spring that was perhaps, you know, gently wiggling its way along, I don't know, a bit like a caterpillar, I suppose, but wiggling its way along, and then something sort of stopped it and it carried on winding, but it didn't have anywhere to go, and it's like this coiled spring. This is really telling you that something that was causing you a problem is now over, and you can now release some of that tension. And the rune of breakthrough is very important. It does suggest a significant turnaround. With Kano, the rune of openings, this is showing up a lot, which is really interesting because it really does indicate this shift in the energy between November and December. Kano, the rune of openings, along with Degas, this can suggest literally sometimes a 180-degree turn. So it's a turnaround, a change of direction. You may literally decide, whatever that coiled spring was, that kind of image I was seeing, and it came to a halt, like actually this can't continue, whatever that was, and then it's sort of the coil has coiled. It's now time to uncoil, and actually I feel from this possibly take a different direction. Kano, the rune of openings, acknowledges a clarity of directions, a clarity of direction, a clarity of mind, knowing where you're going to go next, as opposed to feeling like you really didn't know where you were going to go next, or quite what to do, or how to handle it, or how to move it forwards. Now I think this is a real validation of that turning point. There's also a real opportunity for review here with the rune of gateway, and of course be your brilliant self. Just asks you to step up and be the most authentic you, the same as this, you know, be your own personal hero or heroine, you know, walk your talk, be the person. If your values are important to you, be those values. Get in touch with everything in an ordinary way, and honor just all the little things, as well as the bigger picture and the bigger desires. Honour the little things. There's something about centering yourself in a space of gratitude as well that's really coming through here. So we have an opportunity for the spring to uncoil. That's definitely coming through. 180-degree turn, my lovely Virgos. I feel there is a different direction potentially opening for you. And it will have come almost because of that coiled spring scenario. Let's draw more cards. What are we showing for my lovely Virgos? I think these are your two cards showing up straight away. So you have service and rejection. How interesting. So with the rejection, I'm sort of seeing that there's, curiously enough, I don't feel like you've been rejected per se, which is very, very interesting, Virgo. I'll just voice what's coming through, and this is a big general reading, so it's going to be different for you each, but I feel like you have chosen to reject something here. That's what's coming through. I'm seeing this breakthrough with these two sort of triangles. It's like you've taken a triangle, a point, and opened it, and they've got these two windows reflecting almost on looking out in two different directions. I feel like you had some choices available to you, and I think you're making a choice to reject something of, and you may already have done, or you may still be doing, making choices as to what you're going to, of a direction that you are deciding not to go in. It may be that neither of the directions you had in front of you were right for you, or they didn't pan out, and you're now moving in a completely new direction, a whole new perspective of the world here. It's a beautiful image here, actually, looking out across the mountains. A friend of mine took this photo. Very powerful imagery, I think, really, of somebody sitting in a place here where they're looking at the vastness of the world and sort of working out what their direction can be, working out how to be of service, working out what that calling might be, working out how to kind of live in a good and honourable, walking your talk sort of way, but something that would be fulfilling, that would be of service, because you're being called to be of service here, to assist, to find a higher purpose. I think you've walked away from something, or you are in the process of walking away from something, my lovely Virgos. And I'm guessing eclipse season will have brought something to light for you, as it did for many. It's a big global look at everything that's going on, as well as personally. So let's draw more cards and see. Your message is primarily the most important message coming through for you, Virgo, from Spirit, is really an acknowledgement that you can sort of uncoil now and work out, actually looking at the bigger picture here. You know, get in touch with the humbleness of everyday life. Be your brilliant self, sitting right above this card. Release any emotional residue from feeling as though you knew where you were going and suddenly something happened to cause you to, you know, spin off track a bit, or become like that coiled spring. And now it's time to realign yourself in service with higher values. And I think you'll be potentially, with Kano, the rune of openings, be given an opening here. We have a book. There's an open book. How interesting. I also think Spirit is actually saying to you, there's an opportunity for you to rewrite. This is very interesting. For you to rewrite the future, a new chapter, a new ending, a new I don't know, a new element of the plot in the story of your world. I think that there's an open book. It's like having a blank canvas almost. And look, we actually have a canvas here. How fascinating. And I didn't connect that with this card when I said it, but we have canvases here, as if he's now decided that these are no longer quite a good fit. So he's going to paint a different picture, write a different story. But the different story, my lovely Virgos, can be so much more. It can be in alignment with being of service in the world. Now, what else are we shown for my lovely Virgos? I will be very intrigued, very fascinated to do the bigger readings. Beautiful souls, if you're new to me and my readings, so I said, and I will mention in a moment, well, maybe now is a good time. So I have a massive online library. It's called the A to Z of Emotional Health, www.azemotionalhealth.com. It's a huge resource about psychology and emotions. There are meditations that help you to release emotions, to understand your emotions if you're processing loss, self-esteem. There's a ton of stuff about self-esteem on there. And all these resources, obviously it's a massive library. It may help you, so I'll put the link in the description box below. But also, it costs obviously a lot of money to run big libraries and resources, and I have a wonderful community on Patreon who make donations every month to support all of the work that I do. And thank you, all of you who are on Patreon. I am so grateful to you for all your support. It enables me to keep on putting tons of stuff into the world for free. And as a way of saying thank you, it's where I do my big all zodiac sign readings and also a tutorial every month. And so that is where you will find the extended readings. If you're interested in those lovely Virgos, do check them out. There's no ongoing commitment. You can sign up and duck out at any time. You can give as little or as much as you wish. It's completely open playing field. I don't have tiers of membership or different things that you can do, different things you can get. All the resources over there, the readings are there, regardless to anyone who chooses to come over and contribute. And I am so grateful to you all. Thank you. But anyway, let's continue. Sorry, Virgo, here am I waffling, but it was connected to the library, so it seemed appropriate to voice it now. May we ask, what is this for my lovely Virgos? Okay, so we have the Nine of Swords. I am seeing this bit of a, I mean, this is a bit of a dark night of the soul sometimes, you know, worrying, again, worry, anxiety. And then we have the Hanged Man. Okay, this is this waiting, the coiled spring. And look, he's literally held by a coiled, I think it's a coiled rope, but it almost looks like a coiled serpent in a way. He or she. He, she, they. And then we have the Page of Pentacles. Lovely. Right, now this card speaks about your personal gifts, your talents, your skills. Whatever caused you to choose to leave something, you were painting a picture and then you chose to paint, you've chosen to let that go. You've got a blank canvas, an open book in front of you, Virgo, in some area of your life. I don't know what that will be. It will be unique to you each. Whatever that means for you, what you're being encouraged to do here, Spirit is actually saying, look, if you just get still, you have a real opportunity right here and right now to find this breakthrough moment, to get a clear direction. There's some area of your life that can be so rewarding. You have a talent, you have a gift that you can share. And it's like working out how and where to bring that talent and that gift forth in a way that is kind of, yeah, humbly giving. I just feel there's, whether it could be, you know, maybe if your career pathway, your existing career pathway isn't feeling very fulfilled, you know, maybe for some of you, you are walking away. For others, it may just be that you're walking away from, you know, working excessive hours and wanting to do something that is rewarding and fulfilling. And maybe you sign up and do some charity work, but you suddenly realize that in your daily world, you have some amazing gifts. You have business skills that a charity desperately needs, and you could contribute those and be just the best thing since sliced bread for that charity, because they've been longing for someone with your skill set to come along and help. That there's something about you finding a direction in some area of your life that becomes incredibly rewarding, fulfilling, in a deep, personal and yet humble way. It doesn't mean that the whole picture changes, but it's interesting because in a way I think the whole picture does change. Because even if you carry on, I don't know, in your day job, as it were, your whole world becomes enriched because you're moving into a space of giving, and doors start to open for you in a different way because your energy is different and you're thriving because you feel good about what you're doing. And this is the turnaround that I'm actually seeing for you this month, Virgo. We're obviously going to draw a ton more cards in the deeper dive, the extended readings, but my lovely Virgos, I think whatever has happened that's left you feeling very tense, very anxious, and really having that reinforced here, I think there is an absolute turning point in this moon month when you can shift and literally find a new direction in some part of your life that will be rewarding. And just, I kind of think from henceforth, it's almost as though the new chapter starts to write itself, because you're just going to be feeling so good about being who you are and what you're doing in that part of your world that everything else then changes. Beautiful Virgo, this is your reading. I will put those links in the description box for you, so do check them out if they are helpful to you. My beautiful souls, I am sending you so much love. Hello, lovely Libras. Let's find out what your first and most important message is today. This is the very first time I've ever used a totally separate pack of these cards alongside these. I kind of thought maybe we might get some of the same cards showing up, and you know, we actually haven't as yet. But anyway, we never know. We never know. It's still fab to use. It's a bit like using 2 tarot packs and just seeing what comes through. So lovely Libras, let's look at what is happening for you in this moon month. You have the card of lack, you have the compromise card, and you have open the floodgates. Okay, so my lovely Libras, now the card of lack is asking you to shift your mindset away from a place where you somehow don't believe that you are entitled to something. This is about your worthiness, your openness to receive. When you have an abundance of wealth, both inner and outer, you will have an abundance to give and to share with others. What's really coming through for you, Libra, is that this is an inner sense of lack. That's what I'm getting here. Because I feel there's something that you're having to navigate, hence the compromise card. And I feel you're navigating something that's quite highly charged emotionally. And I think it is quite difficult, I'm going to say, beautiful Libras, because you're so harmonious and you so love balance in absolutely everything, that I think sometimes you don't take yourself into account enough. You're more likely to concede or let the other person have the, I don't know, I won't say the last word, but you know that there's something here that's having to be negotiated, and it does feel emotionally charged. Now, this card, Open the Floodgates, says, if we're unable to acknowledge and talk about our feelings, they stack up and build up like a pressure cooker waiting to blow, colouring our ability to see clearly. This card calls you to acknowledge your emotions and find a way to release them. Write down your thoughts and feelings, and if needed, seek out professional or reach out for professional help. So there's something quite emotionally loaded that needs to be discussed and organised, and I think that the lack bit that seems to be coming up, and that's what I'm really hearing, feels like it's much more of an internal sense of lack, where you're feeling like almost like ahead of time that you won't get the result that you're desiring. So let's get more information here now. Clearly, we've just come from eclipse season, and lovely Libra, that was so tied in for you. You know, it was your eclipse moon. And the one thing eclipse does is that it really strongly puts us in touch with anything within that might be blocking us. And of course, anything within is often coming from our history, and we need to now work out what we're going to do now differently to be able to shift that and move it forwards. And I feel like there is a need to shift something forwards, to compromise and negotiate in a way that means that you are taking yourself into account, actually. Yes, the rune of the self, manners. You need to take yourself into account here. Stand up as well, walk your talk, stand tall. I feel like meerkats are very good at moving into high alert. I mean, they pop up and they observe and they notice, but they pop down and they hide immediately if somebody comes along. I don't know if you've ever looked at them in a kind of a wildlife park or anything like that, but they're very fast to respond. Very, very fast to respond. But very keen observers. I feel you're being asked to notice and observe the details here. Okay, yes, that's your card. How fascinating. This keeps on coming up for different signs. I mean, there's a very powerful energy, I think, because we've got such a powerful shift here between November and December. Kano, the rune of openings. Yes, back to negotiations, making contracts, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, paying attention to the detail, lovely Libra. Noticing the detail, this is what's coming through. Definitely noticing the detail in something. This is not a time, my lovely Libras. Well, you can do whatever you want, of course. This is, you know, it's up to you. Free will and conscious choice and all that, but I feel like Spirit is sort of saying to you, this is not the time for you to it's not get slack, it's not the time for you to be, I want to say, your lovely relaxed Libran self. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be lovely and relaxed, my beautiful Libras, you should always be lovely and relaxed, but what I mean is there is a compromise or a negotiation, that's what I'm going to call it, a negotiation to be made, to be had, a conversation or something happening for you. And actually there's a process to go through, and what's really important is that you pay attention to the details. Don't assume that what's being presented is all there is to it. There's definitely going to be a paying attention to the details that's needed for you. Despondence, how interesting. Look at this card. She has the world in her belly. She's also holding up a giant boulder. We have the iris, these irises, these flowers coming here. The goddess Iris. Do you know, I wouldn't have been surprised if she was a Libran. I don't know if she was, but I because she was just so giving and so benevolent and so kind and so treasuring and so gorgeous and lovely. But what was really interesting about the goddess Iris is that she didn't take any prisoners either. Her boundaries were clear as the day. She didn't mess around with her boundaries, my lovely Libras. So she was giving and kind and beautifully Libran, but man, she had shit-hot boundaries at the same time. And I feel that is seriously what is needed here, okay? Shit-hot boundaries, definitely around some form of negotiation. Okay, take your time, be an observer and notice everything and process it. Be that observer. Notice the detail. Discovery. Okay. This is an interesting card to draw, both of these together. Really very, very interesting storyline coming out for you for this moon month. Okay, so this is a card that basically says you're better than you think you are. You're worth more than you think you are. And I did feel that the lack card was an internal sense of lack. Despondence as well. This is also a card, the story with this card, I mean, I connected to the goddess Iris, but this card actually does genuinely say that you need to take an action. This isn't, if you remain stationary in something because you don't believe you're entitled or you deserve it, then you're just going to stay stuck. It sort of leads to sort of depression. Some of you may even have been experiencing some form of depression, some form of stuckness. Now, really, this is not about... It's not about making something happen. It's more to do with responding to something differently. Okay, that's what I'm seeing. It's like there's an opportunity in this. The discovery card also enables this little Mr. Pink from Pinktown to... He does something differently and he discovers that something that he was holding on to actually... it isn't working anymore, and so for a little while he holds on to it. So he remains stuck because he's still chasing the thing that he thought he wanted. But actually, this is where the meerkat's coming in. When he pops up and sees, look at this. This is almost like a little meerkat figure. This figure here, and look that we have an owl and another owl here with Kano, the rune of openings. What I really feel, I'm trying to consolidate, I feel like my words are all over the place, my lovely Libra, my apologies, but maybe that's also part of this sort of energy here. It's like, oh, I don't quite know what to do or what to say or how to fix it or how to move it forwards or what to do. And I think it's like this feeling of being a bit immobilized, like you don't quite know how to move something forwards, but actually you can. And the moving forwards is by negotiating it differently from a position where you actually own your choices. With the card of discovery, Mr. Pink from Pinktown, he learns that the thing he was trying to hold on to wasn't really any good for him. And the lesson was that it was actually to do with a person. Somebody had come into his life, and the person that had come into his life who he wanted to hold on to had now left. And actually the learning was that he was worth way more than that, that relationship would have been a compromise. Everything in your reading, my beautiful Librans, is acknowledging it's like I feel like messages sort of flooding through. It's going to be very interesting for me to do my big all zodiac readings, because I follow on from these and do a bigger reading on Patreon. It's another platform. I will voice it because I do it in all the sign readings, just so you know. So I put lots of free stuff into the world, and Patreon is a site where people can make donations. And thank you all of you on Patreon. Loads of people are on Patreon supporting me to put free stuff into the world, including my big online library, and lots of free readings and things. And my way of giving back to them is to do my big all zodiac sign readings there, the extended, big, deep dive ones. So do check them out, Libra, if you're interested. But your message here in this reading is that there is a negotiation to be had, or you are not actually to compromise. Do not compromise on your self-worth here. This is your message for this moon month. Do not compromise on your self-worth. Don't sink into a place of despondency where you feel like nothing is going to happen, and therefore probably you're not worthy of, and all that sort of stuff. Step up and look at yourself. Manas is the rune of the self. Whatever negotiations, whatever coming togethers, and this can be in any area of your life, more than one, open the floodgates to your emotions and acknowledge how you feel. Write them down, even if you're having a wobble. But beautiful souls, it's not, this is one of those moon months where it's saying, we will of course in the bigger readings draw loads more cards and find out more about this, but what we are being shown here, it's not the circumstances, it's what you do about the circumstances. It's how you respond to the circumstances, not the circumstances themselves. And that you may well find that there is more than one area of your life that is calling for you to potentially really honour and value yourself. And that's what's being shown here, Libra. Whatever has been happening, especially during the big eclipse season, when a ton of stuff will be, you know, showing up in your world, especially with you guys, with, you know, it being a Libra eclipse. The purpose of that is to show you all the areas, I think, where you need to step up, and you can step up. And this is now the follow-on period where you integrate all of that awareness into the doing of it. This is like saying, whatever you have been settling for, it is no longer a time to settle. It's a time to go for more. I want to say dream big at this coming new moon. My beautiful souls, dream big and allow yourself to do so. Let's draw some tarot cards for you, lovely Libra. Maybe we have. Well, we've got cards coming. I think this is what we're going to take. These four are showing up, so we will just go with it. We have the Hierophant. Oh, look at this with these keys, cross keys. Yeah, I think there's more than one area of your life where doorways are opening for you, and it's because of the eclipse season, and you're being asked to step up, not down. We have the Lovers. Okay. We have the Three of Wands, which is a card of moving forwards, of transition, of stuff actually starting to happen. This is a card not just of love and harmony, but of choice. And we have the Emperor. My goodness me, with the Hierophant and the Emperor together, this feels like, I mean, this is a card, I love this law and order here. You know, and here we have, you know, tradition, structure, knowledge, wisdom, ceremony. Okay. My beautiful Libras, your world is actually about to open up. It really is. I think there is going to be a lot of opportunity available to you as we move from that big eclipse time. And especially the movement through November into December, I actually think you are going to be, you're going to have a lot of things in your sights. She's looking through these binoculars at us. You'll have a lot of stuff in your sights, and you can keep all of those things in your sights. Do not compromise your bigger desires. Dream big. We've got the Hierophant and the Emperor. I think in more than one area of your life, things are going to start to find openings, windows of opportunity that will take you in the direction that you want to go in. But you've got to hold that self-belief right at the core in a really strong way, beautiful Libras. Like that goddess Iris, you know, she was gorgeous, she was benevolent, she was amazing, but she had such strong boundaries. Well, she had self-esteem. She was just, she was strong from the inside out. And this is what you're being asked to be. Believe in yourself, lovely Libra, and from that foundation, dream big. I'm very curious to see what flows through, but I feel like there is more than one area of your life that could potentially take off, lovely Libras. And it's this point in time, that turning point, the gateway point, shifting from November to December, where I feel you might actually begin to suddenly realize that a ton of stuff that has been happening, that has felt like really quite hard work, it's sort of almost like it clicks into place and you think, oh, that's why that happened. Oh, I can see the bigger picture now. I wouldn't have been here and been doing this if I hadn't done that, kind of thing. And I actually think certain things with the Hierophant are going to start to make sense. And from that position, you're going to then be able to take really clear, decisive kind of actions. But everything here is about stepping up, not down, believing in yourself, Libra. And I do think more than one area of your world is going to emerge and take off. And that, my beautiful Libra, is absolutely what I'm seeing in your reading. Beautiful souls, this is fab. This is absolutely fab. I will do a much deeper dive on Patreon in my bigger readings. Beautiful souls, though, this is your reading. This is really clear. However this applies to you in the uniqueness of your world. Be alert, pay attention to the detail, step up, don't step down, recognize that anything that hasn't been working in the last couple of months was showing you something so that you can actually decide what to let go of and what to move on from and how to be clearer and what you deserve, which is way more than something that you've been doing already. I feel like I'm talking more and more quickly, but there's something about, I think the pace of your world is going to speed up. I think I'm getting into your energy. I think the pace of your world is going to speed up. Keys are going to open doors for you. You may have to release some emotion because, gosh, speedy transitions bring up a lot of stuff. But wow, I think this is going to be a very happening month for you, my beautiful Libras. Beautiful souls, tons of love. You're very welcome to come over and join me for the bigger readings. If not, I hope that this has been really helpful to you. If it is resonating, don't forget to like, share, subscribe. And I'm just sending you the biggest hug in the world, my beautiful Libras. And I will see you soon for some other readings, or indeed the Moon Monthly updates and other stuff that I do, webinars as well. Hello, my lovely Scorpios. May we ask, please, especially with this amazing Scorpio new moon that starts this new moon month, what is happening for Scorpios? May we have the most important message for them to receive. You have new beginnings, you have uncertainty, and you are safe now. Oh wow, my lovely Scorpios. Oh, this is really gorgeous. It's your new moon and you have a card indicating new beginnings. You are about to begin a new chapter of your life. Shed, release and cleanse. Let go of any obstacles, inner and outer, that prevent you from engaging fully in moving forwards. The time is right for a fresh start and a new beginning. The universe supports you in your growth. This is lovely. Now this is very interesting because we have the card of uncertainty. It just says calm the noise within your mind. Get still and meditate. If you're still uncertain, give yourself 4 hours and meditate again. If you're still unclear, wait for another 4 days, and if necessary, 4 weeks, the answer will come. And then we've got it is safe to relax. So you've been through some tough times, a major ordeal, and you've been amazing. You've handled it all. But as a consequence, you've learned to live on high alert. This is interesting. This needs to change. Your mind needs peace and your body needs to relax and repair. This card brings a message. You are safe now. It is okay to relax. Okay, my lovely Scorpios. We're seeing a big shift in a positive direction for you. But somehow, I think certainly the Scorpios that I know in my world have actually genuinely been living, gosh, it's almost like ongoing uncertainty. I think they just have not known whether they are coming or whether they are going, with so many things up in the air. Really, really challenging. And I think what happens when you live with ongoing uncertainty, it's like the volume control of your overall alert system gets turned up a little bit, and then but because it doesn't get turned back down again because the uncertainty is ongoing, something else happens and the volume goes up a bit more, and it stays the same because there's never any relaxation, and then something else happens and it turns up again, and over time it's like the volume is majorly high on your kind of red alert system, and it comes not always from one big event. It can start that way, but not always from one big event, more from a prolonged period of uncertainty where every little event triggers a bit more anxiety and it stacks up. So I hope that's making sense to you, my beautiful Scorpios, but this reading is really saying it's really time to turn that volume down. You have Tewaz, the spiritual warrior. Now this is about being very decisive, cutting cords as well, being discerning. It might also mean being discerning within yourself as to where you let your mind go. If you are in that high alert state, can you remind yourself that you can relax? It's now safe to relax. Let me ask, what else are we being shown for my lovely Scorpios? This is your rune. We have Lagos, the rune of flow. So something is going to be moving forwards in your moon month. You're asked to relax. Now, bearing in mind, I know I was just saying every Scorpio I know has just had this constant sort of feeling of uncertainty around them. And I get the anxiety increase because it's just so human, isn't it, really? But you know, as that volume control turns up, it means that then when you do come to make clear-cut decisions, it can feel as though they're harder than they ought to be because you're on high alert, and your reading is asking you to turn that volume control down because something new is wanting to flow into your world here. And how wonderful, my lovely Scorpios, the energy of new beginnings is with you. May we ask, please? Impartiality. Okay, so this is keeping a balanced perspective on something, whatever these new opportunities and the transition into these new opportunities are. Again, if you're on high alert, your perception may be a little bit coloured by the high alert. It's really common, it just is. And guilt. What is this about, my lovely Scorpios? I know what this is about. Okay. There is some discerning that needs to be done here. This is a card that in many ways is talking about someone who's really doing their best. She's a bit of an earth angel here. She's got a halo, but there's somebody else who would like her time and attention. It's recognizing. Gosh, recognizing that you, right now, my lovely Scorpios, I think you need to not be worrying about pleasing other people. Okay, you don't have to be critical of them either, but you don't need to worry about pleasing them. Because this is someone in the background who might lay a bit of a guilt trip on this person, take advantage of their goodness. And this is someone who's making a choice, being very discerning, to start to prioritize their own well-being and invest in themselves instead of others. Impartiality. I'm going to draw some tarot cards for you, my beautiful Scorpios. I feel with the impartiality card, there's probably a decision to make in some way, or you're, as many of my Scorpio friends are, coming through a period of uncertainty. And I think because you're on high alert, it's harder to make the choices that you're making. And really the key here is to try and weigh it up from everybody's perspective, whilst also then being very, very clear about what's right for you. But let's draw more cards just to see if we can be given a little bit more information here for my lovely Scorpios. Okay. Yeah, King of Pentacles. Okay. May we have more information. What's the most important message here? Six of Swords for my lovely Scorpios. Okay. Two of Swords, yes. Okay. I think, my lovely Scorpios, this is very interesting. I do think that there is something that's trying to flow into your world, a new beginning. And I think you're leaving almost, what I feel is you're probably in a position where you're leaving something familiar to step into something that feels a bit unsafe, a bit scary, because it's very new and it's very different, and it's something that takes you out of your comfort zone. Okay, it's not something you've done before. You don't, it would be like changing your job and stepping up into a new leadership role and feeling you know when you get there and you think, God, I'm out of my depth because this is a new job and I haven't done it. But that's cool, because you know, when you enter a new job, you don't want to just enter a new job knowing it backwards and upside down. I mean, sometimes you can, but you know, actually 9 times out of 10, the most exciting new jobs are jobs where you're going to learn new skills. You're going to come in with a certain amount of experience, but you're going to learn a ton of new stuff as well. I mean, that's part of the joy and the growth and the benefit. And, you know, that's fab, because you're going to expand and your whole world is going to expand, and it's all just marvellous. It's all going to flow. But I think there's a feeling of stepping into something new. You're stepping away from something that was feeling quite secure and reliable, and moving to the new. And you may even feel like you're leaving behind some people. There may even be some people around you who don't really want you to go. They'd like you to stay where you are. They like you being a member of their team, kind of thing. But actually, there is a choice here available to you, and although it's taking you into the unknown, you're being encouraged to calm the noise within your mind, get still, and recognize that it's safe actually to make a choice here. Interestingly enough, I do feel that I feel like I'm being shown 2 very clear directions. So I think for some of you, with this, for some of you, you're literally stepping into the unknown, and there's a wobble about it, but it's really the right thing for you. I'm really seeing the 6 of Swords, leaving something behind. For others, it may be that you are leaving behind an inner sense of, perhaps of, I won't say lack of satisfaction. It may be that you could be stepping up into a position of leadership within your own existing career pathway, in which case you're going to be rising above your subordinates or something like that. But there is a choice to step up, and part of the stepping up involves shifting your perspective of how you see yourself, and also how others see you and how you see others. There's a whole reorganization here, and you're really being encouraged to recognize that it's safe to do this. It's a real growing place here, my lovely Scorpios. Whatever choices you're being offered, they are, as long as you hold a balanced perspective and recognize that even, you know, you've been living with a lot of uncertainty, I feel, and you may be uncertain about which choice to make. Do you stay with the safe, secure position, the reliable job that you know, or do you step into somewhere that's new? I don't really think there's a wrong or a right, but what needs to happen is that the decision needs to be yours, and it needs to be based on your potential and not a fear of the unknown or a fear of stepping into a sort of out of your safe zone, and not on the basis of what other people think you should or shouldn't be doing. It should be what's right for you. That's what we're really being shown here, my beautiful Scorpios. Now I'm going to draw a ton more cards in the extended readings. Anyone new to my channel, I put a lot of free stuff into the world. I have a big online library and it's all about emotion and psychology. There's loads of meditations in there to do with emotions. I mean, actually with your emotions, knowledge is power, that's for sure. If you understand why you're feeling a particular way, a bit like this, you know, you are safe now. If you understand why you feel in a particular way, then your emotions will give you no trouble. They will just become a source of empowerment. So my beautiful souls, anyway, that library is a completely free resource, and in part it is funded by a group of very amazing people who support my work on Patreon. Thank you, all of you who do. I know some of you are here on YouTube. My Patreon super souls, every month, because I wish to give something back to them, I do my big extended all zodiac readings over there on Patreon, and I do these smaller ones here on YouTube. Beautiful souls, if you'd like to do the deeper dive and look at the extended readings, you're very welcome to come over and join us on Patreon. Thank you to those of you that are there. Thank you also all of you just for being here. You know, watching these videos supports the channel, as does liking, sharing, subscribing. You know, it's absolutely wonderful to be connected. Scorpios, I am going to draw just a couple more cards because I do feel like there's this a little bit of indecision around you, around uncertainty that is slightly being coloured by fearfulness rather than, and anxiety, rather than actually an impartial perspective. So I will just draw two more cards for you. I think that's what I'm asking for. Could we have a clearer indication here for my Scorpios? Ace of Swords, need to just be decisive. Look at this, success, change, decisions, action. Absolutely, yeah, just be decisive. I think actually we are being shown that the stepping into the new is, in an ideal world, ideal for you. It does mean leaving some things behind. Actually, with the sorrow, the loss, yeah, the leaving, look. I actually do think there is a sadness for you at leaving something behind. Almost, you know, the sort of sadness, do you know what I feel like? It's almost like survivor's guilt, but not in relation necessarily to something that's absolutely, you know, if you've been in something, a really big traumatic incident where people have passed away, but more like the survivor's guilt when you get promoted but your colleague doesn't, and you feel guilty about it, but actually you got the job because you're really good at it. So, you know, go for it. It's got this, there's an undertone going on here that I'm really picking up on, to do with, it's this impartiality and this guilt card. Step up, walk your talk. Yes, for sure. It's really sad if some people, you know, it would be really sad if you step up into the most amazing position. I'm just using work as an example, but it could be there in love as well. What if you meet the love of your life, but someone who you thought was your best friend then really, really isn't supportive of you because they're so used to having you as their best friend and they want you there 24/7 and they loved it that way. And the last thing in the world they want is for you to move on. They want you to be happy, but they kind of don't, because actually, I mean, you know, they're really human and they can't contain their own feelings and they want you to be there for them. And actually, you know what's right for you. It's the new relationship. It's making the decision for the thing that's right for you. I think there is something here that's being offered to you, Scorpios. And I think everything in your reading is suggesting that you should let go of any kind of anxiety or fear. You're completely safe to make the choices that you want to make for you. Let go of any kind of guilt around moving over and above and on from something, whatever that's about. Be very clear-cut and decisive, because everything here is actually suggesting that you do need to be, or it's perfect for you to be stepping up, even though it's out of your safe zone. That's what I feel we're seeing here. Beautiful Scorpios, tons and tons of love. You are very welcome to join me over on Patreon. If not, thank you for being here. Do check out the moon month update in a moment after these readings, because it's so interesting. Honestly, when you look at the incoming energy and you look at where that affects you, for me, it's mind-blowing anyway. I love it. Thank you for being here. Tons and tons of love, beautiful Scorpios. Hello, my lovely Saggies. Welcome to your reading. We are asking for the main key message or the theme of the month for you. To be honest, a ton of information is coming out in these readings. It really is. Let's have a look for my Saggies. What have we got? Nurture, stay on course, and you are safe now. Do you know this card has come up a couple of times for a couple of signs? Real need to acknowledge that people can turn down the volume control of anxiety, actually. This says you've been through a major ordeal and you've been amazing. You've handled it all, but as a consequence, you've learned to live on high alert. This needs to change. Your mind needs peace and your body needs to relax and repair. This card brings a message. You are safe now. It is okay to relax. You have the card of nurture. Whenever we sow seeds, however much we yearn to see them grow, we cannot force them to develop any quicker than nature will allow, but we can provide them with the best possible conditions to grow. Whatever you have initiated in your life, this card is here to encourage you. Be patient and nurture your relationship or your idea or your project with love. Oh, there's a gentleness around you, my beautiful Saggies. There really is a lovely, gentle energy coming in here for you. I feel quite literally almost like I've got a warmth coming through. There's really interesting channeling energy for you. Stay on course. You are facing some big stuff in your life right now, my lovely Saggies. This card is a request that you keep going and stay on course, however challenging this may feel. Please be reassured that right now, this is the appropriate way forwards. The universe supports your direction and slow and steady progress is assured. Okay, let us see what else we are shown for you. But this is saying a lot already, really, Saggies. And I'm feeling a real warmth coming into the room for you. I feel like your angels and guides are giving you a big, 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 big hug. We have Manas, the rune of the self. I'm really hearing prioritise your self-care. Lovely Saggies, please. Prioritise your self-care. I'm not sure. It's that one. And then we have Tewaz, the spiritual warrior. This is about being quite clear-cut and discerning. How interesting, because on the one hand, I feel like you're being supported to relax, to nurture, to stay on course, to go steadily. At the same time, I'm hearing boundaries, boundaries, boundaries. You know, never go out without them. Keep your boundaries in place, my Saggies. There's something going on that requires you to also maybe even being quite firm about staying on track, actually, keeping going, persevering. Maybe there has been quite a lot of upheaval in your world, obstacles, diversions, interruptions, and that's been the flavour around eclipse season. There's been some big stuff going on, but you know, part and parcel of this has been to show us what we need to let go of and what we need to hold on to. And I feel, my lovely Saggies, that we're in this zone for you to stay on course. I feel like I want to say to you, slow and steady wins the race, with a lot of self-care thrown in. This is really coming across quite clearly, actually, just sitting in your energy, my lovely Saggies. May I ask for more information for my lovely Saggies? What's the key message for them? Perseverance. Well, there we are. Okay, you couldn't write it, could you really? There we are. I love it when the cards do this. It's like you're just talking about something and up it pops, the very word we were saying. Persevere, slow and steady wins the race. Keep at it. Completion. Ah, yes. Right. How interesting. Now, this is the boundaries area here. This is what I'm seeing for you, my lovely Saggies. If there are things that feel, you know, like almost like unfinished business, stuff that's still lingering that you're having to sort of attend to. I said a moment ago, you know, eclipse season brought up a lot of stuff. It really, really did for a lot of people. And in many ways, I sort of feel the energy around you, my lovely Saggies, is to say, look, persevere, keep going, slow and steady wins the race, continue to invest in yourself above and beyond anything. I think there's still some stuff showing up in your world that you're having to sort of attend to, that it requires your attention and it needs to sort of be brought to a conclusion or a completion. And that's fine, but just sort of, I want to just say tackle it as it comes, really, my lovely Saggies. I feel we're sort of almost being given for you guys, less of a direct message and more of a flow of energy through the entire time, although to be fair, more may show for you. Let's just really sit with your cards. I actually feel that you have possibly, my Saggies, been not exactly knocked off course, but I have this is where I'm feeling this warmth and this support coming in. I feel like it's not so much that you were knocked off course, but maybe off course, but your energy was depleted by something. That's what this card is really saying to me, and as if you were working on an ambition or a goal and it was moving forwards really well. And then in came something that caused you to move a bit to high alert, you had to step up and face something or deal with something, whatever it was. And I think it's just left you feeling depleted and questioning almost whether you're on track. Your reading says you're really on track. It's almost as though, I mean, this card literally says success is just around the corner, just because you can't see it. So if there's anything you've been investing in that you feel you're beginning to question whether it's going to work or not, it's absolutely going to work. This is absolutely coming through for you. Nurture it, continue to nurture it and yourself, with your priority being on self-care. There are a few things along the way that are going to have to be let go of because they were depleting your energy. But I mean, this is a card that actually honours all the different things that we do and that you are doing, and sort of says, you know, even when something comes to an end, we have to honour that completion. And then we're still able to keep going. That there's something here that is really asking you to persevere, to keep on. Slow and steady wins the race, but with your self-care as the absolute priority. There's definitely been some stuff going on for you, Saggies, that has caused you to feel either a bit more tired or as if maybe you can't succeed, but I think you can. You know, there's that saying, isn't it? Try and try. If at first you don't succeed, try again. And I feel like you might have done that. If at first you don't succeed, try again. And you're at that sort of point where you think, well, should I really? And your reading is actually saying, definitely yes, definitely yes. Something is just around the corner. Six of Wands, it's the card of success. You couldn't write this. You could not write this. You really couldn't. Okay, so we have the Six of Wands. The success is just around the corner. We have the challenge and the courage. This is seeing something through. Have the courage to see this through, my Saggies. And then what do we have? The Magician. You can do this. Right, whatever this is for you. Okay, your relationship, your idea, your project, My beautiful Saggies, you can do this. This is what your reading is absolutely saying. I will be fascinated to see what happens in the bigger readings. I do on Patreon my all zodiac sign extended readings, bigger readings. I follow through from these, and they're on Patreon because people on Patreon, my Patreon community, give they give donations. It works on donations, and their donations actually enable me to put a lot of free stuff into the world, including managing my online library, which is a massive resource that's available free of charge, and it deals with emotions and psychology and a ton of stuff. Thank you, all of you on Patreon. It is your donations that really make it possible for me to continue to put free stuff into the world in the way that I do. My way of giving back to my Patreon people is to do my bigger all zodiac sign readings over there and a tutorial. So you are very welcome to join me over there, Saggies, if you wish to. You can give as little or as much as you wish, and you can dive in and dive out as it suits. But anyway, thank you everyone who's on Patreon. I'm very interested to see where this reading goes, because your primary message is clear as the day. I mean, you could not write it, could you? Persevere, persevere. Here am I saying success is around the corner. Success, you get the card of success. Literally, success is just around the corner. You need to keep going, my beautiful souls. Seven of Wands. Yes, you've been facing some challenges, some big stuff, some of you, really big stuff. But you've stepped up, you've had the courage. You may be tired, you may be feeling like, you know, will this ever happen? Yes, it will. The success is just around the corner for you. You can do this. The Magician is the alchemist. Power, action, skill. You can make this happen. Along with Tewaz, decisive, clear actions. I think what you're also, some of you are potentially processing what I would call, I'm going to say grief. Now, some of you could have lost somebody, genuinely, in which case I totally understand how depleting that is. You know, the way I always describe it, and you'll find this in my library, I mean, it's one of the many things that are in there. There's a whole section on bereavement. If you've lost someone, what you'll find is your energy is massively depleted. I mean, I always describe it, it's a bit like if you're running a computer program and you normally have, I don't know, 6 different programs all up and running at the same time. Once you are in bereavement, in a process of loss, and sometimes that loss can apply to a loss in an everyday way, like a loss of a friend, or a move, or a loss of a job, or, you know, it's still a loss, not as big as a bereavement. But the principle applies that when you lose something, something comes to a completion, we're in a zone of transition, and it involves an emotional process. And like that computer program, it's a bit like, I don't know, it's a bit like your computer has just decided to do an upgrade, because it's now got a different computer program running, and the whole system has got to reconfigure. And while it is whirring away in the background, all of the other programs that you normally run will slow down, and some of them will cease to function altogether. And it doesn't mean that they won't, or they won't come back, but it has to reconfigure, and it has to run its course. And that is what bereavement is like, emotionally. Once that is happening, and once you enter that period of adjustment, we find it if we are, you know, if we're in, maybe somebody you love is diagnosed with a terminal condition. Grieving starts the moment that terminal condition is diagnosed. That's when grieving begins, even though we haven't yet lost them. And so it's a, you know, anyway, there's a whole section in the library. I mean, that's why the library is there. It's a free resource. I'm waffling away, but there are, if you have lost someone, it is understandable that you are depleted. And you cannot expect yourself to run at full steam and for every program you normally run simultaneously to work, because they won't. It's got to run its course. But it doesn't mean that your success isn't coming. It is. It's just around the corner, so persevere. And even if your transition, your loss involves not a bereavement but something else, there are still emotions involved. Again, in the library, there is a section called The Psychology of Emotion, and there's an audio in there called The Sadness of Moving On, and it will explain why to you, you know, understanding your emotions, why we experience sadness even when we're moving from something that we didn't like to something that we do like, and we think, why am I feeling sad, or why am I wobbling? Why, you know, there are really, I won't go into it now, but there are really real and understandable reasons why your emotions work in this way. And if you understand why you're feeling that way, then the emotions won't get on top of you. So if any of this is relevant, do check out the library. I will put the link in the description box. And thank you again, all of you on Patreon, for making it so possible for me to keep maintaining that as a free service. And my lovely Saggies, this could not be, this is as clear as the day. Whatever you have been processing, it is taking up emotional airplay in the processing in the background. And yes, I think you are tired, run down perhaps, but success is around the corner. You are definitely on track. This is worthy of, you need to stay on course. Slow and steady wins the race. Prioritize your self-care. You can do this. This is what your reading is saying, my beautiful Saggies. I am sending you the biggest hug, because I really feel with this card here, you are safe now, that you've been through something that's kind of knocked you for six, or knocked the stuffing out of you a bit, which of course a bereavement will, but so will so many other circumstances. This is, so whatever it is for you, sending you the biggest hug ever. Tons and tons of love, my beautiful souls. Don't forget to check out the Moon Month energy update after these readings, because you may find that's also really helpful. Because honestly, with the incoming energy of the moon, we have days that are very intense sometimes, and other days that are much more relaxed. And it's incredibly helpful to work out and know ahead of time if there's going to be some spiky energy, because if you're tired, you're going to feel it. You're really going to notice it, and you might need to diary in a little bit of a slower day that day. Be kind to yourself. On the other hand, if the energy is flowing, you might want to actually give yourself a slightly fuller day. And you know, understanding the lunar energy is so empowering in this way. It really, really is. Anyway, beautiful souls, here I am waffling about the moon, but it's one of my passions. It has certainly helped me, particularly through, you know, the ups and downs of having, you know, we all have normal human lives, everyday lives. Beautiful souls, I'm sending you all the love in the world, and I look forward to seeing you again for more moon stuff, the webinars that I'm going to be doing, the readings that I do. Just so much love to you all. Hey, my beautiful Capricorns, let's see what is happening. What's the most important message for you from Spirit for this moon month? The messages coming through are actually very, very detailed this month. Very interesting. I'm seeing this one here, and also, actually, it's that one right in there. Okay, so my lovely Capricorns, what are we being shown? Say yes. What are you waiting for? The answer to your question is yes. That's pretty dynamic. Leadership. We all lead by example. Our words and actions, presenting a role model to everyone that we come into contact with. This card asks you to take an ownership of your personal leadership qualities and align your thoughts, words and actions with everything you wish to see in the world. And then we have take your time, slow down if you're feeling under pressure, whether in response to a situation or the demands of another person, or from pressure that you are placing on yourself. This card asks you to slow down and take time to evaluate before reaching a conclusion, making a decision, or committing yourself. How interesting. Now, what I think, my beautiful Capricorns, here is, I feel like there is a something, almost like a question in front of you. Do you, don't you? And I think the answer is most definitely yes. I almost feel like I'm engaging in a yes-no reading. So the moon month is really talking about you making a decision and really stepping up in some way, shape or form for something that you really want. It's going to work for you. But you're also being advised to not to sort of leap at it. It's one of those scenarios when you're completely right to follow this through. This is a definite yes for you. but take your time. I almost want to say enjoy the journey rather than pressuring yourself to try and make it happen quickly. Take your time. Let's draw more cards for you, Capricorn. I'm fascinated that this feels like a yes-no reading. There's something that is important to you, and the answer is yes. Yes, A-Z, the rune of movement. This is the bettering of any situation. This is something that will gather momentum. Okay, this is very much about empowerment and self-empowerment. What am I seeing for you, my lovely Capricorns? Yes, that is yours. And flow. I actually think, my beautiful Capricorns, what's really channeling through here is that this is going to flow in its own time anyway. It's almost like there's a rubber stamp here. This is going to happen. It's going to flow into being. It's going to flow into its new position of how it needs to be, and it's something you really desire, something you really want. The fact that it's going to flow into this anyway means that you don't have to be pressurized about making it happen. This is going to happen anyway. It's almost as if your role is to be quite deliberate. That's the word that's coming through here. Quite deliberate in your approach to this. Excuse me. So it's like taking it literally. If you're on stepping stones, if you're walking on stepping stones towards something, ambitions. This rune speaks of ambitions rewarded. So there's a steadiness to your approach here, rather than a pressured, you need to make it happen. There's something that can be taken step by step, whilst enjoying the present moment. It's like enjoy the stepping up, rather than only be centered on how you think it'll be when you get there, because it's happening anyway. And that's just gorgeous. It's happening anyway. You've got two horses. You have this beautiful horse literally stepping up, and then you have a seahorse, and the energy is really flowing forwards. This is just going to sort of quite magically emerge and evolve. It really is. It's quite stunning. So don't be pressured in making this physically happen. Your task for this moon month is to walk your talk, be your authentic self, you know, align your words and actions. I mean, this is coming out in both these cards here. You know, align your thoughts, words and actions with everything you wish to see in the world. Again, it's the same here. You know, are your thoughts and actions in alignment with your core inner values? So step into the best version of you. be consciously aware as you take step by step progress, movement forwards, as you flow into a space of, there is something, and it's right in front of you already. Isn't that interesting? Something just popped up on my computer and made a noise. You may or may not have heard it, but I think it's really interesting. I feel like something will pop up. I trust everything that arrives in a reading is relevant. I think things will pop up that you need to attend to along the way. As they pop up, simply attend to them because they're relevant. They are the stepping stones. Rather than a great big leap to something new, there are stepping stones to be achieved, and they're not hindrances. You don't have to feel pressured. Just take your time, evaluate one step at a time. Whatever pops up in front of you, it's there with purpose. Check it out, take a look at it, dive in, understand it for what it is, respond to it, and everything will flow. I'm really loving the energy around you, Capricorn. It's gorgeous. It is something you really want. I have a real strong sense of this being special to you, important to you. I know the things we want are, of course they are, but there is something quite magical in the energy. It's almost as if this is going to sort of sparkle its way into being. If you're too pressured about it, you'll miss the sparkle along the way. Let's draw more cards for you. What else are we shown? So there's your first is coming out. acceptance. Okay. This is saying quite a lot, really. Oh, okay. Now we've got 2 cards coming up here. So both of these that flew out, trickery and perception. Okay. Don't let your mind play tricks on you. That's what's really coming through. Don't let your mind play tricks on you. How interesting. There's definitely saying yes. Again, this is perhaps, I think, why you need to take your time here. Because this is to do with the way we see things, our perception of things. And likewise, acceptance. There's something about seeing the realness of a situation. And I think everything in your reading is suggesting that if you place too much pressure on yourself or a situation to emerge and happen too quickly, I think it will distort your perspective. It may even make you perceive something that could be, indeed looks to be really, really good, as being potentially not so good. So, my lovely Capricorns, yes, don't let your mind play tricks on you. Now, there is actually most definitely something in front of you, like a doorway to a garden of potential. Let's call it that as a metaphor. There literally is something in front of you. And in a way, there is a fear around taking it. I'm really seeing this sort of, you know, do you, don't you kind of feeling. And yet everything in your reading is actually saying yes. It's also really suggesting that there is only one way forwards. It's right to go forwards. Movement, the bettering of any situation, the gathering momentum, this is going to flow. It does sort of mean stepping out of your comfort zone. There's something within this circumstance that involves you stepping into somewhere that you haven't, it's something you haven't quite done before, or you know, there might be a familiarity in some ways, but it's not exactly what you're used to. For some of you, it's something completely new. It's like opening a doorway to a hidden garden and you have no idea what you're going to find. And almost as if you're going to go through a little period of what I would call feeling your way through the dark, in order to then get to the amazing reward at the end. And it's when we go through that little period of feeling your way through the dark that we can often sort of load ourselves with self-doubt. This is about recognizing you're absolutely good enough, fabulous and wonderful just as you are. You know, you make the best cherry pie in the world, but you're still not going for the, or maybe there's an amazing job offer for you and you're still thinking, well, they'll want more than cherry pie, so maybe I won't be good enough. It's just this sort of metaphor around this. Whatever this is, whatever it is that is, there's something, there is a doorway right in front of you right now. And if it's not in front of you, it soon will be. This is the moon month, which is going to take you through that gateway, that doorway, through a period of, it is like feeling your way in the dark. And that's where the leadership card comes in. You know, what would you say to a friend who said, I really, really, really want this, but I'm so uncertain as to whether I can do it. And you just think, well, they're amazing. Of course you should go and do it. Just feel your way through this. You'll be fine. But they may be having a gigantic wobble. We'd also probably be saying to them, take your time. Feel your way through this. Don't give yourself a hard time. You could do yourself out of something here. You could do yourself out of something that could be so amazing. Like that secret garden that's the garden of all of your dreams, metaphorically. You could do yourself out of this opportunity by either telling yourself that you're not good enough, or that they won't want you, or, you know, or it won't be as good as you thought it would be, or there's definitely a whole flavour of stuff in that kind of area. And everything in your reading, Capricorn, is saying don't cheat yourself out of this opportunity. You know, when sometimes, what's that saying that is coming to mind? When you cut your nose off to spite your face, that's what a saying, you know, when you get so entrenched in this sort of it'll never happen for me, and so you don't take the action, the one thing that you could do that would clinch the deal, you don't do it because you've got into this mindset. And this is really saying take your time. You don't have, and I think the take your time is twofold here. It's like, on the one hand, it's because this shouldn't be launched into, it should be a magical, sparkly journey of discovery, but it's so loaded with potential. It really, really is. On the other hand, this is also saying take your time, because if you press the pause button and just take your time, lovely Capricorns, what will happen is you can see whether it's you that's in your own way, and this is something you want. This is something that is going to be a completely magical zone of wonderfulness for you, whatever it is. It's just there's this bit of you that is tangled in a bit of, you know, this might not work, or they won't want me, or I won't be good enough, or it'll all go wrong, or there's something of this kind of stuff around it. This is the energy that I'm seeing, and you're being shown here. I feel like your journey this month literally is mirrored in these 4 cards that we looked at to start with. We've got movement, AWAS, movement. We're starting from the same starting point, but with you it's step by step, persevere, overcome any fears, because this is worth nurturing. You know, we've got a major yes here, and then like center yourself in the step-by-step wonderfulness of the here and now. Enjoy every step. Go about your life doing everything to the very best of your ability. Be extraordinary in an ordinary way, because your brilliance will radiate into the world, and that in itself will create changes. It will help to open the doorways. People will see your brilliance, your radiance. Look at this, radiating authenticity into the world, being your own personal hero or heroine. You know, however you identify. This is about you going for something in a beautifully humble and yet radiant way. I don't know how else to say it, lovely Capricorns, but the energy is completely right for you to move ahead with this. And yes, you're going to have to feel your way through something, but you know, rather than it being a scary endeavour, do you know what I'm really seeing, Capricorns? And I'm not quite sure why this is coming to my mind, but it is, so I'm going to say it. I have in my mind's eye, I'm seeing one of those, like when I was a kid, and I grew up, for a part of my world, I grew up in a village, not all of it, but a part of my world, I was in a village, and the highlight of the year, because this is seriously times, the world as it is now was nothing like this when I was little, and if you lived in a village, it really was in its own way quite remote. And so the highlight of the year was this, when the fair would come to the village, and they would have the same rides every year. It was the same fair, but I mean, it was just such an amazing tradition. Actually, I used to go and win a goldfish every year, but that's by the by. Anyway, let's not go down the goldfish route. But they had like a ghost, it was what they called, it wasn't a ghost train because there was not enough room. I mean, none of the rides that we have now existed then, but it was basically a wagon, and you would go up steps at one end and you'd walk through it, and it was a twisty-turny, as much as of a twisty-turny walk that you could possibly achieve within a wagon on the back of a lorry. And it was the ghost train, and you would go through, you'd have to feel your way through in the dark. And then suddenly, you know, the ground beneath you would shift, because it would be like being on a conveyor belt or something, and then something else would, you know, pop up in front of you. Something would pop up in front of you, you know, to sort of, in theory, to give you a fright. And in all honesty, retrospectively, it was probably not really that scary, but you still you entered it with anticipation and with excitement, and it was a really fun thing to do. And it's kind of like the difference between entering, I feel like I'm seeing this as being like an entry point to something, and you're having to, you might feel like the ground is shifting under your feet a little bit, or something might pop up in front of you. And, you know, don't let that faze you. Just feel your way through the dark, because this is something you absolutely want. And everything is saying it's coming. Yeah, because if your fear phases you, then you might try to turn back. It is really interesting because there's an energy in this card that really says you can't turn back. You know, this is something that's too important to turn away from. You know, whatever that is for you, it could feel like a humble, small thing that means a lot to you. It's, you know, little steps are so important, aren't they? If you are, I was listening to in fact, it was responding to a comment actually, and thank you all for your comments. Really, I'm not able to respond to you all, and but thank you so much for commenting. But it was someone just saying that they had, you know, struggled to leave their house for, you know, and it was a lot of years, and finally they were on that pathway of excitement, of being back in the world. Amazing. Your stories are inspirational, so thank you. I feel like we just have the most incredible community of people here. You know, you are remarkable and inspirational. But there's something here, again, it's that overcoming something, and it's the best thing ever if you do it, because it's something, and it could feel for one person, that's where I was going with that story. I'm sorry, I've gone off on another track, as we do sometimes when we're reading, but it's like, it's exactly that. It's that moment when you, it's what for one person, stepping out of their front door is just so easy. It's a cinch. It's a well, the term that came to mind was a piece of piss. But you know, for some people, it's they don't think twice about it. But for someone else, this is the biggest deal in the world. And this is what I mean by, you know, this is a step forward into something like that ghost train that will be different. It's going to feel different, and it will be different for each of you in your own unique circumstances. But whatever it is, everything here is saying, look, don't cheat yourself or trick yourself out of going for this. Take your time. Don't pressure yourself, and don't be pressured. Take your time, one step at a time. The outcome is going to be utterly magical. Capricorn, I'm loving your reading. I will be doing an extended reading on Patreon, a bigger reading. Just for those of you who are new to me, I sort of always feel like I'm taking up space in the reading when I talk about this, but if I don't talk about it, you won't know about it. So Patreon is another site. It works on the basis of donations, and I have a Patreon community, and all of you who are here as well, thank you so much. Because I put a lot of free stuff into the world, I have a whole free online library, which obviously these kinds of resources cost a lot to maintain. And my Patreon people, thank you so much. I'm so grateful. Make a contribution every month, you know, whatever that is for them. And those contributions help me to continue to put a ton of free stuff into the world. And as a way of saying thank you, I do my big all zodiac sign readings on Patreon, and a tutorial every month as well. So if that is of interest to you, my lovely Capricorns, do check it out. Right, that's that bit done. Okay, I need to say, because otherwise you won't know about it. So let's draw some cards. I am seeing this card here. Let's ask for a little bit more information, or I feel like it's more likely to be an affirmation for you, because your reading is just so crystal clear. And we will, of course, draw a ton more cards in the extended readings to find out more about what this is, and anything else that Spirit shows that may be of value to you, to assist you in navigating that ghost train. Oh, wow, this is lovely. So we have the Creator card, which is interesting because it says no. Okay, so we've got a yes and a no card. This is fascinating. We then have the Two of Pentacles. Okay, now this is a card that's unique to this pack. And then we have the Death card. Yes, okay. This is so clear. Now, this isn't saying no to whatever this is. It's saying no to any form of resistance. This can be creatively process. Don't get stuck in your head. Don't, this is a real no to any kind of, I almost want to say any drama with the lightning strikes coming here. Don't let stuff get in. This is literally, you know, don't get in your own way. But also don't rush at it either. Be creative. Take it step by step. Literally, if you have a wobble, if the ground appears to move beneath you or something pops up, stop and check it out. What I'm seeing here, which is really interesting, is there may be some element with the Two of Pentacles here of needing to, I want to sort of weigh up, it's weighing something up. The outcome is fabulous. It's either weighing up your approach. I actually think with acceptance, which is all about self-esteem, your self-worth, this is what we said before, don't delude yourself into believing that you are not worthy of something, because you are. This is the getting out of your own way. Don't cut your nose off to spite your face. What you may need to do is to contemplate almost like the terms and conditions of this new beginning, or look at it from a balanced perspective. That's what's coming through. It's not exactly the terms and conditions, but look at this from a balanced perspective. This is your message is coming through really clearly now, channeling through. This is to do with recognize your self-worth. Say no to any form of self-doubt. Recognize your self-worth. With this too, there's something that can be entered into on equal terms. Okay, it's reminding me of like, you know, when you go for a job interview, and when I was working full-time in my practice, my psychotherapy practice, I used to see people for short-term work as well as longer-term work, and sometimes people would be sent to me via a company scheme, and maybe they were applying for a job or a promotion, and they would be so geared to trying to be what the interviewer would want them to be. It was like they wanted coaching to present in a way that the interviewer would want them. And I used to say, no, this is not the right approach, because if you do that, you're not being your authentic self. This is what this is saying. Lead by example. Be who you want. Be yourself. Because if you present yourself as what you think somebody wants you to be, it's an illusion. Because then if you do get the job, you're getting it. Even if you're going to be very good at it, there's a different level of expectation. Go and be yourself. I used to say to people, turn it on its head and consider when you go and meet these interviewers, ask questions, and I'd like you to make sure that the job is right for you. Turn it on its head. Make sure the job is right for you, rather than approaching it from this place of, will I be good enough? It's turning it on its head and thinking, well, I know I'm good enough. I'm an amazing human being. So let's go and find out whether this is actually right for me or not. Let's jump into that ghost train, feel your way through something. I think something is going to be right. But what makes this right is the fact that because of you, that's what I meant by negotiating the terms and conditions. It's not exactly that, but it's like your attitude. I literally used to say to people, no, we don't want to look at it this way. Can we think about it this way? I'm wondering if we can look at it this way. It's like turning it on its head. It would be like if you, I don't know. I will tell you another really, really delightful example. This reading is going on forever, Capricorn. But anyway, it's just coming through, so I'll go with it. This is a really dear friend of mine, and I remember him. He had a date, and I popped over just to have a coffee, and he was frantically tidying his house. And honestly, he's the biggest slob in the world ever. You know, the slobbiest slob you could ever meet. Frantically tidying his house, and he said, "Oh, I don't want her to think I'm a slob." And I thought, but sweet pea, you are, you know, and I didn't mean it negatively, because he's the most gorgeously lovely human being. And I just thought, you know, really, if you could just be you, tidy up a bit, but still be you, you know, make an effort, because that's wonderful, because it shows you have so much to give, but still be you, because otherwise you know, you're meeting somebody on false pretenses. And do you know, one of the most delightful couples I have ever known, and they have been together for donkey's years, like, you know, she had relationships where she was constantly criticised for being slobby, and he'd had relationships where he was constantly criticised for being really, you know, over the top, OTT, tidy, extreme. And when they met, she'd like had enough of the criticism in relationships, and she was totally upfront, and she just said, look, you know, you just need to know that I'm just not a tidy person. It's not me. And he was like, well, you need to know that I am actually the other way around. And they made this agreement. It was almost like on this first date, it was like, right, okay, if we work out and if we get together and it really works, right, you do all the tidying up and I'll do this. And they kind of like basically just agreed to accept each other for who they were. And they work magnificently. You know, it's one of the loveliest. Here's my computer pop-up coming in. I'm probably going to stop this reading because I think I'm waffling far too much. But there's just something about the way you approach this. But there's something utterly magical in front of you, Capricorn. I will dive into this in so much more depth in the extended reading. But there is something really magical here, and it's about approaching it. Taking your time and approaching it in a way that does not in any way diminish who you are. And that is the essence of your reading for this moon month. Beautiful Capricorns, tons and tons and tons and tons of love to you. I look forward to seeing you for some other readings, and thank you so much, all of you who are on Patreon, and thank you for all of you who like, share, subscribe, and are just, you know, thank you for being a part of this amazing community that we're building. Beautiful souls, see you soon. Hello, lovely Aquarius. Wow, I think these are two of your cards already, and I'm feeling the one on the base of the pack too. Beautiful Aquarius, we're asking what's happening for you in this moon month. What does Spirit wish you to know about? You have a yes card. Wow, this is really interesting. This came out for Capricorns. If you have Capricorn in your chart too, this will be very interesting. You then have forgiveness of ourselves and grace. Okay, how interesting. So, yes, what are you waiting for? The answer to your question is yes. This is a very dynamic card in this pack. Forgiveness of ourselves. This is interesting. Are you giving yourself a hard time? When something goes wrong, even if the circumstances were out of our control or we did the very best we could possibly do, we can still carry guilt after the event. The gift of guilt is to help us to learn and to develop a conscience, not to carry as a ball and chain for the rest of our lives. Listen to the learning and forgive yourself for not being perfect. Release any guilt today. And then we have grace. This is lovely. I feel this is about being kind to yourself, though there'll be more to your reading than that, I am sure. When we sit in relationship with grace, we see every situation through the eyes of love, fostering our desire to meet life with understanding, compassion, and kindness. This card asks that you view your situation with grace. Will understanding bring compassion? How would love view your possible choices? What would kindness suggest that you do? Yeah, I feel like you're giving yourselves a bit of a hard time over something. I'm wondering if it's then blocking you from saying yes to something. Yeah, or reaching out in some way. What are we seeing here? We've got butterflies here. Transformation taking place. And I love that this butterfly has the same blue in the wings. It's like there's a situation, Aquarius, around you that you're needing to sort of almost like integrate and move beyond. I mean, it's happened. You can't change what's happened. But it's as if you're needing to integrate the impact of it and move along. I feel like you're wishing maybe you could have done something differently. But there's really, this is one of those moments, I think, in time, lovely Aquarius, and the eclipse season may have brought this up for you. It may have brought to your attention or highlighted or even created a situation in which something came to a head and you're now wishing you'd approached it differently. But I feel like there's a need to integrate the learning and move beyond it, to transform it, so it becomes something you wear, a bit like, I don't know, do you know where I'm going with this, Aquarius? This is what's channeling through, like a code of honour. For example, if you did something and retrospectively you wish you could have done it better, well, you know, hey, you've done it. The key is the learning. And it's like if you take that learning and integrate that learning into you, you can now act differently, which means you can walk around with honour and feel good about yourself because you know you've integrated the learning. It's like, I almost feel like these, it's really interesting, like almost not battle scars exactly, but yeah, let's draw more cards for you. What are we being shown for this coming moon month for my lovely Aquariuses? So Taurus, the rune of the spiritual warrior. So this is about discernment, holding the higher view and discernment. Maybe cutting some cords, maybe cutting the cords of self-blame. I'm actually seeing this card for you here. And we have Lagos flow. Okay. So something is going to be moving I feel like something is moving forwards regardless. This feels a bit like one of those sort of slightly-ish tower moments. You know, when we get the tower card, it's kind of like, well, change is happening. You can jump on board, you know, the transformation is required. Are you going to jump on board and be a part of it? Or are you going to resist it? In which case, change is still happening. You know, will the universe drag you through this change, or will you jump on board and surf the waves? That's what I'm feeling like. And the hang up in the middle here is the way you're viewing yourself in some way, shape or form, or how you responded. I'm not saying you have responded in a manner that was difficult or bad, but whatever happened, I think you're wishing you'd done it differently, or you're going over and over. If somebody behaved badly towards you, or a circumstance arrived and you're just wishing you'd done it differently, but we all feel like that sometimes. That's the learning space. The moment you step into the learning, then you're free. It's like the sands of time can then change. There is something changing here, and it's going to change anyway. It is in its own process of evolutionary change. It's not set in stone. Seeing this pebble, and really seeing what is sort of being shown. It's like these... you know, like sand dunes, you take these, I have seen these beautiful photographs of sand dunes, and they're remarkable. They're stunning, they're incredible, these fantastic, beautiful, beautiful landscapes. But you know, you get a wind that comes up and the whole landscape just changes. All of those sand dunes change shape, and I feel that's what's happening around you. The winds of change are around you, so say yes to these changes. Let's draw more cards for my lovely Aquariuses. The winds of change are around you anyway. Yes, completion. Something's come to an end, and it's like if you can accept that something has come to an end and hold on to the memories of the good stuff, really. If you have lost someone, then truly my heart is absolutely reaching out to you, because this is not an easy transition to handle. I don't think that is the case for all of you. Well, obviously it won't be. It's a generic reading. Not every possible Aquarius will have lost someone, but it may be relevant to some of you. You may have lost someone, or even a pet or an animal, but there's a completion or a loss of something here. And I think you're wondering whether you could have done something differently. It's like actually in bereavement, you know, guilt is a really natural part of bereavement, because whenever we lose someone, we inevitably go over things. It's part of the processing, and then we think, gosh, could I have done that better, or should I have spent more time with them? Or I guarantee you could have had 1,000 brilliant experiences, and if you do then lose someone, do you know the one you'll go back to is almost certainly the one that was the most difficult, even though you moved way beyond it. So there's something here about processing the residue of a transition here, and it's very important. Say yes to cutting those ties, and it's not cutting ties to what you've lost as such or from the experience. It's to do with integrating the experience into you so that you are now free to flourish, free to fly again, free to flow. It's time to release any aspect of guilt that is connected to a previous experience. And this is really what you're being shown. If it was a long time ago, it will have come up perhaps in eclipse season when we're shown things. But either way, whether this is recent or a long time ago, this is the essence of your reading at the moment, my lovely Aquariuses. And what we have is a magnificent turning point, a point of review, the gateway rune here, as we move through November into December. And it's like, I almost feel like you can sort of like come alive again, moving from getting through, you know, where you're step by step. Life has felt a bit of a step by step. You know, I've got to persevere. This is the energy that I'm feeling, and I've got to persevere. I've got to take life step by step, and actually sort of like dragging that ball and chain, something of a heaviness around you. And I'm seeing this now lifting. Whatever this is, it could be it could be any situation. It will be unique to you, whether it is an actual loss of something, but something is changing. I saw that image of the Tower card, the sand dunes, the sands of time changing, being blown in different directions, creating new sand dunes. There's your second card. We have a workaholic. Okay. Right, so this could also be, for some of you, literally transforming your work-life balance. So I have said, you know, this will be a situation that is completely unique to each of you. But maybe it's that recognition that life has been happening without you. And now there's a guilt, you know, have I not spent enough time with my friends? Have I not spent enough time with my partner, my family, or, you know, invested time where I really want it? On the other hand, there's a pressure to work. But this card is, I feel like you have so much to bring forth. You have a lot to contribute, my beautiful Aquariuses, you really do. There's a lot of creativity and a massive contribution for you to make in the world. And actually, but it needs to be in balance here. Discernment, you know, be clear with yourself. Finish work at a particular time. It's going to flow anyway. This is the shift of the Tower. If any of you are facing health issues that have come from overworking, this is the moon month when you get to transform that. The Tower card is coming, and if you're thinking, oh no, you know, I've just had a sort of a health issue that's come to the surface and I've got to deal with that and I'll have to take time away from work. Well, okay, you know, it's coming to the surface to get you to stop and look at your life-work balance. If you take time away, everything you do is going to have a greater vitality to it, and you'll probably find that you achieve 10,000 times more in less time than you did before, just because you're in a better zone. Feel like I'm seeing all sorts of different threads of different, obviously this is a generic reading of different people's stories, but the essence within your reading, Aquarius, is to do with this transition, saying yes to renewed vitality, to renewed joy, to renewed life, and yes, stepping up, but not in a manner that is out of balance. It's like stepping up into balance. If you have lost someone, you know, choosing to spend time with the people that are in your life that you love, getting that balance right, choosing where you invest your energy. We need more cards. I will be doing extended readings, beautiful souls. voicing this in all of these readings, just for anyone that isn't aware of this. I have another community, another tarot community on Patreon, because I put a lot of free stuff into the world. I have a whole online library which may be of value to you if you are struggling in any way with loss or bereavement or transition. It's called the A to Z of Emotional Health. I'll put all the links in the description box, but it's a completely free resource about psychology and emotion. There's there's a big section on bereavement, all about the emotional impact, and also in the psychology of emotions section there's a couple of audios about transition and change that may be relevant to some of you. But basically the donations that people make on Patreon, because it works on donations, actually that kind of ultimately funds the library, or a big part of it anyway. I fund it too, and have done for many years. Thank you to all of you who are on Patreon. Your contributions are absolutely amazing, and it means that I can continue to keep that as a completely free resource for anyone who needs it. So I'm so grateful. What I do as a way of saying thank you to my Patreon folk and my Patreon community is to do my big extended all zodiac sign readings over there. So if that is of interest, you can check that out, and there's no tie-ins. You can give as little or as much as you wish. You can dip in, dip out, do whatever works for you. So beautiful souls, let's ask for more for my lovely Capricorns. I am seeing this card, and actually that one too for you. But yeah, we'll do a much deeper dive over there. Six of Swords. Yeah, we are seeing you leaving something behind here. And yes, the Death card. So we are in this realm of endings and new beginnings, of transformation. And then we have the Fool. You could not have a bigger indication of a new beginning being around you, my lovely Aquariuses. Now this is a fabulous new beginning for you. It really is. I mean, wow, what powerful cards, Aquarius. But you are setting forth on a new journey, and in a way, the sort of messages that are coming through here are, you know, don't bring the past with you. You can bring the learning, you know, you can wear the learning, own the learning, integrate it into who you are, take it with you so you're better prepared in the future in any way, shape or form, because we learn from everything. But my goodness me, you are embarking on a very new space of opportunity. Whether your world is, whether it's like shifting the balance within your existing world, or whether it is a physical move, it will be unique to you each. But you are at that absolute turning point. Cut the cords to any negative emotions that are lingering. There's a difference between emotions that are connected to the past and emotions that are present that help us to navigate life. Again, I've written a ton of stuff about emotions. It's just a big thing, because if you understand what you're feeling, then your emotions will become a source of empowerment to you, rather than an overwhelm. Truly, it makes so much difference. As I said, I'll put all the links to the stuff that may be helpful to you in the description box below. But this is changing. You're moving away because you're already on that journey. I'm seeing that. There is so much opportunity here for you to start afresh, to have a new lease of life, okay? A new lease of life is coming, and you're being invited here to take charge of the shape of that lease of life, to design it. You know, what shape do you want your world to look like? You know, painting your picture, what picture do you want to paint? What story do you want to write? And this is the opportunity that is in front of you, my beautiful Aquariuses. You are the moving is, and the completion of something is a given. That's happening. I saw so vividly that the winds of change, the sand dunes changing shape, and the Tower card. You know, I think the Tower card has already happened. It's already crumbled and you're working out how to pick up the pieces. And there's an emotional residue here that needs to be let go of, integrate it into learning, and then move on. Flow into the new. This is a magnificent opportunity this moon month for you to become revitalized and literally start to set the pace, set the shape, redesign the shape of your world, my beautiful Aquariuses. I feel your reading is complete, my lovely Aquariuses. So I think I will obviously dive into a big deeper dive in the extended readings, the bigger readings on Patreon. But I think you're going to have a massive opportunity here to integrate the learning in a way that means that the shape of your world, it's kind of like if you'd built a building and then you realized that it wasn't quite the shape you wanted, and it's like somebody has said to you, well, hey, I really want to buy that building, it's perfect for me, I'm gonna, you know, would you like to move? And you get to completely redesign with all the learning from the, I don't know, the house you designed previously that wasn't, where you hadn't quite put things in the right place and you didn't know till you live with it. And then now you get to redesign an entire new property, as it were. But with all of that learning integrated into it, it's like that's the shape of the life to come. And the flow of energy, obviously, because you will know from, if you've watched the beginning of this, I have a moon diary and journal. You know, they are tools to help you literally to be an active participant in manifesting your world. But you know, those books, the making of them, I literally go through every single day of the whole year and look at the planetary influences and the influence of the moon largely, because that's what it's about. It's a moon diary, because the moon moves so very, or from our perspective, the moon is moving very fast. She's our satellite. And you know, what do satellites do? They receive information and then they send it back out. So, you know, that's what she's doing. And we are the recipients of that energy, or that's certainly been my experience. And so when we understand the lunar energy, it's such an assistance. But I literally go through every single day of the year, and I can tell you, my lovely Aquariuses, as we look ahead to into January, as you come through into December, and obviously I'll do another moon month update with readings again for all signs. When we move into January, January is like a month where we design the whole year ahead. It's like the energy is set. It's really primed to design the coming year. So it's a fantastic opportunity to really, it's almost like you're moving into that zone ahead of time. That's what I feel like, Aquarius. Anyway, enough said. I am going to finish and complete your reading now. It feels like it is done. Aquarius, I'm sending you all the love in the world. Beautiful souls, get designing and cut cords to things that you don't need to carry emotionally. It's less a cutting cords and more an integrate the learning, in which case any residue that is inappropriate will just sort of dissipate anyway. Beautiful souls, tons and tons of love, and do check out the library if that is of help to you. I look forward to seeing you again for another reading soon, and thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing, and thank you all who are on Patreon as well. Tons of love. Hey, lovely Pisces. Oh, we have your cards already, or two of them. Yes, we do. So Pisces, what's the most important thing that Spirit wishes you to know about for this month? What's happening for you this moon month? Let's have a look at your cards, my lovely Pisces. The cycles of the moon. This card invites you to attune yourself with the rhythms of the moon. Notice how the moon affects your energy and learn to use these energetic shifts within you to enhance your capacity to be consciously co-creative in all aspects of your life. Okay, beautiful Pisces. Beautiful souls, you are water. I mean, you, Pisces, is the essence of water, of our oceans, and of course it is, well, it's actually the combination of the sun and the moon, technically, that pull, the magnetic pull between them that pulls our oceans. But we understand that and regulate it through our experience of the moon, because she's our reference point as to how that's working. At the full moon and the new moon, we have the spring tides, the highest tides that we get, a greater pull, a greater magnetic pull. And we are, of course, you know, we're 75% water or thereabouts, each of us as adults. So, okay, so I'm seeing that there's a lot of emotional pull going on in your world. We have course correct, which is interesting. So you've got this card showing up twice. This is the first time I've used like the same cards and used a different pack so that I could, in case anything came up, twice. And I just had a real strong sense that it would in one of the readings, and here we are. Now we have collaborate. And also, this is to do with an obstacle. If an obstacle or diversion has interrupted your plans, this card is here to assure you that the delay is providential, bringing you an opportunity to pause and reassess in order to fine-tune your direction. You're needing to make an adjustment in something here. That's what I'm seeing. Or, how interesting. I think it's fine-tune rather than make an adjustment. Strangely enough, I feel like there's going to be, this is just what's channeling through, I feel like there will be a diversion that is going to prove to be really helpful in the sort of the ebb and flow of your life, the ebb and flow of circumstances, situations. With collaborate, and this card says, sometimes we're called to develop our self-sufficiency, and this can be a valuable road to travel in the discovery of our unique and individual gifts. But this is not the same as trying to do everything yourself all of the time. This is not a time to go it alone. It is a time to unite and work with others. Okay. Now, interestingly enough, I feel like there'll be a diversion or a delay or something that pops into your world that will create a scenario where you need to then collaborate with others. And I think this is really beneficial. I feel like there's a bigger picture with the moon coming in here, as if there is a bigger picture, and the universe is creating a series of almost like events that will shift and change something that has a greater perspective to you. Now, bear with me, let's just draw more cards so that I can see if I can quantify this. This is what is coming through. So we have Rado, the rune of journey, and we have a whale. How interesting. And jellyfish. Whales swim the song lines of the earth. Something about their song that is very ancient. I feel like there's a path that you need to follow. Okay. There is a path that you need to follow, and something is arriving here that will cause you to have to connect with some other people in some other way, and it's that connection that will assist something of a bigger picture, some kind of path that needs to be followed. There is something that needs to be interrupted. It would go the wrong way if this didn't happen, or it would go in the wrong direction. It would still be righted. The universe will always write something at a later date, but there's an opportunity here. I'm really feeling the card on the base of the pack here. And you have the rune of Perth, initiation. Yes, now, because this is creating a rite of passage in some way, shape or form. So something is going to shift and change in direction. Okay. Could just literally be a bigger picture, but because you're going to need to collaborate, and the collaboration will come because of an interference. This is sort of quite specific information for you, Pisces, but this is what's coming through. So in this moon month, now it may already be around you because this card is showing up twice, and we're talking November into December with this gateway moment in the middle where there is an opening. We can sort of review where we've come from and step into a space of a new beginning. And I was just saying in the Aquarius reading, funnily enough, actually, when I create the moon diary, actually, that might be of interest to you guys, but when I create the moon diary, I go through every single day of the entire year, literally a few hours at a time, through the whole year, and look at the lunar influence. Because, you know, we are 75% water, so we are affected by the cycles of the moon and the phases of the moon. And January is really interesting, because January is a month where it's almost like the entire month of January is like, it's like we set the, it's almost like we design the coming year in the month of January. It's like the energetics are really supporting us. So we've got November into December here, and I feel something is coming into your world right now that is going to cause an interruption. And it could be a bit emotional, simply because the energy of the moon can bring in those emotions. But the moon also brings in, it's like a spiritual channel. She's a satellite. She channels information to us. I think your pathway, the pathway as you thought you were on, will probably be delayed or interrupted. It doesn't mean it's going to change course completely, but it will be delayed. There'll be an interruption of some sort. And what it's going to do is it will initiate something else. And the something else will be a collaboration or a connection with others that wouldn't have happened, a coming together with others with purpose that wouldn't have happened otherwise. Okay, so it's being orchestrated in a particular way. Let's draw some cards. May we have more cards for my lovely Pisces. Dissipating. This is interesting. Okay. There's your second card. And trickery. Okay, right. How interesting. Look at these two cards together. Yeah, something is changing. Something's going to be initiated, I think, that will divert something that would have been unhelpful. It's almost as if something... it may actually cause you to step up into something, to walk your talk, lovely Pisces. You may have to move something forwards. You may even initiate some connection with someone because of a delay. But it's taking you... I've just noticed this candle has just gone out. How interesting. Something has... I want to say something needs to come to an end. There's something going on around you. It's not necessarily that somebody is... I mean, this card is saying trickery. It's not necessarily that somebody is being directly dishonest. Oh, that could be the case for you, and I'm sorry if that is the case. But it's kind of like something is going to be seen for what it is in a really important way. Something is going to come to an end that would have continued on the wrong pathway. That's what I'm seeing here in your reading. I'm going to relight your candle. Okay. Yeah, something that is being managed in a particular way that isn't either ideal or isn't particularly helpful, or isn't there is something this month for you, my beautiful Pisceans. You may well know what it is already. There's something that you're not entirely cool or comfortable with, or whatever it is. I will ask more about this card. We'll draw clarifying cards around this in just a second. But it's almost as though you would have accepted something with the dissipating card here. You'd have accepted less than something. And there'll be a delay or a hiccup that creates a point of collaboration that you wouldn't have seen coming, and it will be better than the previous outcome. So something needs to change course or alter its course or be seen for what it is in some way, shape or form. Let me change your candle for you. Bear with me. Here we go. I actually think with that candle going out, there is something that isn't running in a particularly good way, and it will come to an end because of this delay or this interruption that causes you to then meet up with or collaborate with or communicate differently with people, or to have to get some help with something. And it means that it will create a shift and a change in direction of something. Now, this could be a part of your world, but it could also be something in your surrounding circumstances. Something that you would have accepted, even if you weren't happy with it, will change because of this delay or this interruption. Let's just draw some clarifying cards. What's this trickery card? What are we being shown here? What's happening with my Pisces? The Sun. Okay. Energy, light, life. Yeah, there's something will shift for the better. Something that is being managed in a not great way. It literally is. This could apply to, I mean, obviously it will apply to the uniqueness of your world. But something that isn't being managed well. There's greed, or there's a negotiation here. Yeah, there's a negotiation here where everyone's looking after their own interests. That's what's coming through. I really was struggling to quite get to what this was saying. Everyone is looking after their own interests, and something happens in your world that means that you need to connect with people, and it shifts the perspective away from them being self-orientated in some way. And this brings light and life back in. Whatever that is for you, this is showing up in this moon month. So whatever you feel is going on around you that isn't being managed well, where people are just all constantly looking after their own interests, something's going to happen, and what it's going to create is an environment of collaboration where it's in everybody's interests to collaborate and work together. It's kind of when people who've been a bit defensive or a bit selfish actually suddenly realise that it's in their best interest to step up and work together, and they do it, and suddenly they start to experience the amazing rewards of what it really feels like to be giving, to be collaborating. And so it's this amazing spark of light and life and energy comes in a different way. So there's just, it opens a doorway to something. So whatever this is, this interruption, it's really, really going to have the most positively fabulous outcome. And it means people step up rather than just, there's an environment around you. And I'm not saying it's you, my lovely Pisceans. In fact, I distinctly feel it may for some of you. For some of you, in fairness, it could be you. You could be tired and really feeling like you haven't got the energy to move things forwards. But for many of you, I feel this is a circumstance around you. And yet something happens in your world that causes other people, causes a collaboration, and people start to step up rather than step down. I feel like there's people around you who are stepping down rather than stepping up, or they're complacent. They'll take the easy road and then sit and reminisce about all the things that they didn't do, when actually they could have done them. And there's something happening in the energy around you that will create an environment in which things can happen and people can collaborate and things can move forwards. And this feels really positive. It's like there is a bigger picture going on here, although somehow I feel like you are the vessel of change, which is interesting, my lovely Pisces. Now, I have said this in every reading, so if you've been watching more than one because you know your rising sign or your moon sign as well as your sun sign, then you'll have heard me say this before, but I need to voice this for anyone who's new to this channel, to my channel and our community. I will be doing bigger extended readings for all zodiac signs, and in these bigger extended readings, they are on a different platform. I put a ton of free stuff into the world. I have an online library about emotions and psychology, and obviously putting free resources into the world, especially that, it costs a lot, really. And it is in part funded by the donations that I receive from my amazing Patreon community. Thank you, beautiful souls. I am so humbly grateful. And so what I do as a way of giving back to my Patreon people is I do my big extended all zodiac sign readings over on Patreon. So that's where they are if you're interested, and that's why they're on a different platform. And I do tutorials over there as well. I'm actually seeing 1, 2, and it is that one there as well. So that's our third, and these two as well. I'm going to put this to one side as well. It's really showing itself. So my lovely Pisces, what do we see? 8 of Pentacles. Oh, you've got 5 cards. Look at this. I thought we had 3, but we have 5, or 3 here and an additional one. So we've got 8 of Pentacles here. Yes, education, achievement. Yeah. Okay. I feel like the interruption, I almost feel like you're going to be an educator. Okay, now I voice it. You know, like an educator or an influencer? You think about the way that we use those words these days. We often describe people on social media, they describe themselves as an influencer. But I feel like within the context of your world, I'm not saying it couldn't be out there on social media, but it could be much more within the context of your personal world, or the immediacy of your working world. But I feel like you will influence the situation. Something will cause you to need to collaborate with people for some reason, whatever that is. And it's that collaboration that initiates a different perspective, and it changes the course of some things that need to be changed. So way to go. King of Swords, it's your direct input here that is really going to be making a difference. It's fabulous. And then we have the Hierophant. Yeah, this is guided. This is absolutely guided. Whatever is taking place. I said there was a bigger picture. There really, really is. We then have the Queen of Swords and the 3 of Pentacles. Yeah. With the King of Swords and the Queen of Swords, we've got really united, strong energy coming through here. This is absolutely guided. Whatever delay or disruption happens, or whatever interruption or slight change of course or deviation to your schedule or plans, it will create an opportunity for some form of collaboration that wouldn't previously have happened, and it will enable people to step up in a different way. And something that has not been working very well, not been managed very well, not been achieved very well, will shift from you become that influencer or that educator. And because of your clarity in this situation, it's a win-win for everybody, is what I just want to say. It's a win-win. Everybody's a winner in this one. They really, really are. Even if it feels quite emotionally powerful for you to sort of initially maybe have a voice or step up or say something, you are going to influence something that has a bigger reference point in the world. Whether you are fully aware of that or not, I don't know, because it's not why we do things, is it? We do stuff, we put stuff into the world, we play our part, and we don't do so with an expectation. Or I'm not saying we don't have expectations, but, you know, really spiritually, it's about doing something and knowing it's for the good. And then one of these amazing moments when you realize actually everything sort of falls into place and something changes direction because of a delay that caused you to connect with someone, or an interruption, or something. And I'm seeing you as an influencer in something of a bigger picture. This is your reading, Pisces. It's fabulous, absolutely fabulous. So maybe emotionally, you know, you might feel quite strongly or have to have a voice about something, but however we look at it, this is generating something, a really big shift that will affect more than just you. So wow is what I'm going to say, my beautiful Pisces. Wow. you're welcome to join me, my beautiful Pisces, on the bigger extended readings. We'll draw a ton of cards and look at your month in more detail. So in the meantime, my beautiful souls, I am sending you all the love in the world. Tons of love to you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for liking, sharing and subscribing and all the things that support all of the stuff that I do. And thank you for being a part of this amazing community and sharing your stories and your comments, because you are so inspirational. Hey beautiful souls. Welcome to the Moon Month Energy Update. This is the bit of this video where I run through every single phase of the moon, tell you all about the details of the incoming energy, so you can really align your own world, your own flow, your own manifestations with the kind of incoming lunar influence. So let's start. We begin this moon month with a new moon in Scorpio on November the 13th. Now, the planetary collaborations of this new moon are very dynamic, highly emotional, extremely passionate, a bit impulsive, and possibly rather impatient as well. Now, given that a Scorpio new moon will naturally lend its energy to support wishes that focus on empowerment through self-mastery, also transformation. Scorpio energy loves transformation, letting go of power struggles, and also this energy supports partnerships, deep soulmate connections, and your sensuality, your sexuality. So I think the best way to utilize this with your wishes and your intentions is to lean into the highest possible perspective on anything that is happening in your world. Harness the passion and then place it into dedicated, focused wishes with intentions to follow through, actions that commit you fully to your pathway, to your desires. Now, I'm going to bring up the timings for you actually. So wherever you are across the globe, this will give you an idea of the timing. You should be able to work out the exact timing of the new moon in your location. I can't list every city in the world, I'm afraid, we just don't have room, but this is a good overview. Now, the reason that we make wishes and intentions is because they are different. This is actually why I created not just the diary that gives you all the daily information, but also a journal where you can write if you're into journaling. But there's a focus on what I call the moon's power points during the moon month, when we have a new moon, a full moon, and the quarter moons, because they really are kind of pivotal, almost like little mini turning points of evolution within each moon month. And with the new moon, I've created a page for wishes and intentions. Wishes come from the heart. They are your desire, they are your passion, they're the thing you really want to manifest. Intentions are kind of what you're going to do about it. So if you were to set your 10 new moon wishes, alongside it, you can set new moon intentions. So for example, if your wish was to get started and easily write your first novel, this is just a hypothetical example, then you might have an intention next to it that says, you know, I intend to commit to an hour's writing a day. So you're following through with a commitment. And I tell you what, the power of wishes and intentions set together, it kind of gives your wishes and your manifestations a bit more punch and a bit more energy. Let's move on to the next moon phase. This is the Waxing Crescent moon phase, and this runs from November the 14th to the 19th, passing through Sagittarius, Capricorn, and into Aquarius. Now, although this moon phase begins with a lot of emotional sensitivity, the lunar energy actually soon eases into quite a steady flow, and this is really suggesting that it can steer you gently forwards, so it's rather lovely after the intensity of the new moon. On the 17th, we do see a shift in gear, with a slightly faster pace picking up, but still reasonably steady, and very supportive of what I would call sensible, measured expansion. So think about how you can use this energy in your manifestations. We also have a void of course period of nearly 9 hours when the moon moves from Sagittarius into Capricorn, and this is between November the 15th and November the 16th. A void of course period is when the moon is moving from the influence of one zodiac sign into the next. Sometimes she moves relatively quickly from one to another, and sometimes there's this really big space in between, and it means the lunar energy isn't really being channeled through the personality of a particular sign. And I always give an update of that within these moon month energy updates, because it can feel really, really liberating and freeing if you're needing the sort of expansion of no limitations, of no restrictions at all. But you know, if you're really needing to, well, let's say you're feeling a bit wobbly and you're needing to feel a bit more anchored and grounded, the void, of course, when it's long, can leave you feeling a little bit unanchored. So again, be aware of it. It's really, really helpful, because if you are having a bit of a wobble, be aware that this is happening. This is November the 15th to the 16th. This is UK time, GMT, but also be aware that it will pass. So, you know, lean into a space of meditation, because this is a period when we can actually get some significant spiritual downloads as well, because the energy, the lunar energy, is very free flowing. The moon then reaches her first quarter position. This is on November the 20th, and she will be in Aquarius. Now, the lunar connections today feel like they are just itching to manifest and move ahead. There is loads of go, go, go energy with forward motion. But the influence of a first quarter moon actually invites a point of review and evaluation. They're really significant power points along the way. So even if everything in your world is running amazingly well and it's pushing ahead, personally, I would take some time anyway to just press the pause button, just stand back and take a quick recce, because you might actually be surprised at the benefit of this. There may be some things you need to see that will help you to move forwards in an even better and more focused way. And if anything isn't going as smoothly as you would like, don't be swept along by the underlying feel of the day, you know, this go, go, go energy. Because if something isn't going well, sometimes we can rush and push to try and fix it. Actually, the energy of the moon is saying slow down, pause, meditate, and you are far more likely to see the answer that you need. Our beautiful moon then moves into her waxing gibbous moon phase from November the 21st to the 26th, and she will pass through Pisces, Aries and Taurus. Now, I feel like we can almost divide this moon phase energetically into 3 distinct mini chapters, which, when you understand the energy and the combination of this, can bring some seriously empowering potential to your progress of manifestation. Now, the first phase has a slightly serious edge to it, but also emotionality and also imagination. Now, this could feel creatively empowering. You might get a ton of ideas flowing through, but it could also lead to your imagination running wild. So keep this aspect in check and remain grounded. We then have like a middle phase where signs, signals, synchronicities will naturally support progress. So just be very, very alert to possibility and be responsive very much in the moment. And then finally, before we come to the full moon, the lunar import supports expansion with the potential to integrate unexpected and out-of-the-box solutions into very real, solid, creative actions. So very interesting little period here, I think. We then reach the full moon in Gemini. I feel like this is a full moon of testing, okay, but with purpose. This is a moon that's going to ask you questions. Do you really walk your talk? Do you apply your beliefs to the things that you actually think and actually do? Do you hold not only good values, but do you live good values? This really is a powerful moon saying walk your talk, be the best version of you, a bit like the cards that we were drawn for the beginning of December. Be your most brilliant self. Walk your talk. We're shifting into this energy here. Now, a full moon almost always signifies a time of heightened emotions. There's a higher vibration to every emotion and a lower vibration to every emotion, even the challenging ones. I have written a book about this, and I will put the link in the description box below for anyone wanting to check that out. It's called Mindfulness Meets Emotional Awareness, but that's not what we're doing here. But it is helpful if you're struggling with strong emotions. Take envy, for example. The higher vibrational and empowered response to envy is inspiration and aspiration. It's like you see someone you envy, you see someone you admire, and then you aspire to be like them and you take action accordingly. This is fab. However, the lower vibrational response, and it's a much more reactive response to envy, tends to bring an acting out of quite underhanded, often quite backstabbing sort of behaviours that are designed to sabotage the reputation and the success of the person who's envied. I mean, ultimately this always backfires, and it will shut down opportunities for the saboteur, and it will reinforce low self-esteem. I mean, honour is food for the soul, and there isn't any honour in targeting people who are doing well. But this is the higher vibration and the lower vibration of envy. So because this is quite emotional, this is a moon, I think, that's going to ask us questions. Personally, I plan to set aside time today to listen, to meditate, and with honesty have a bit of a meeting with myself. I call them sight meetings. I do this regularly. I have a sight meeting with me and then kind of evaluate from the inside out. It's really helping us to try and get an objective viewpoint of where we are within our world in all of our connections and our relationships. This is the joy of a Gemini full moon, illuminating these areas. But to be fair, this isn't always easy. Now, you should see the timings. I brought them up a minute ago for you. You should see the timings on your screen, so you'll be able to see the point at which, you know, the intensity is going to be greatest. I often find with the full moon that the energy builds up to this absolute point of greatest intensity, and then it kind of breaks and it flows forwards. You can literally feel that shift in energy, which is joyous, because again, if you're manifesting with the moon, you can utilize this energy. You can use the build up to the intensity as a way of looking at something, bringing your focus to something that you want to understand, looking at it with clarity, and at that point when the energy shifts, it's like you can move forwards now with full awareness. You know, awareness is power, knowledge is power. So beautiful souls, let's move on to the next moon phase. The moon then moves into her disseminating or waning gibbous phase from November the 28th to December the 4th, passing through Gemini, Cancer, Leo and into Virgo. Following such an incredibly powerful full moon, in the first few days of this phase, the lunar influence is really urging and actively supporting creative and imaginative solutions that bring about a longer-term vision of balance and harmony. It's almost as if whatever was illuminated at the full moon, we can now work out and plan how we're going to use this heightened level of awareness. There's actually a void of course period for nearly 7 hours on November the 29th. This is when the moon moves from Gemini into Cancer. Remember, this could be really, really liberating, or it could leave you feeling a little bit unanchored, so just be aware of this. As we then move into December, we see a spike of lunar intensity on the 1st. So if things aren't moving as fast as you would like, be sure to keep your emotions in check, because this is fleeting. And to be honest, the overall lunar flow of this phase is fairly steady. Be open to potential spontaneity on the 3rd. And then as the moon moves into Virgo, the influence of the lunar energy starts to support a more serious outlook. This is kind of when diligence and attention to detail will seriously pay off. The moon then reaches her last quarter position. This is on December the 5th in Virgo. Aided by the energy, the Virgo energy, the overall astrodynamics of the day are suggesting a push of energy that is arriving to highlight what you need to do to move you in the right direction. Now, this could be loaded with motivation and forward movement, but Do you know, if it's not feeling particularly expansive for you, it may be that the direction indicated is literally you're being asked to slow down, get still and notice the smaller stuff. Sometimes choosing not to do something or not to be actively forward in motion is actually the most active response that's needed. So depending on what's going on in your world, just be thoughtful about this. The moon then reaches the balsamic phase or waning crescent moon phase from December the 6th to the 11th. She will pass through Virgo, Libra, Scorpio and into Sagittarius. As the lunar energy is gently slowing down and diminishing, fall into flow with this. You know, it feels like a moon phase when even if you feel pressure to drive forwards, slowing down may actually generate far greater productivity. There are potential openings happening on the 9th and the 10th, so be very aware of those dates. That's the 9th and the 10th. This is when a gentle pace will help you to be more present to these opportunities. If you're trying to push forwards, you might miss them. One of those moments when the universe could show a door to you and you're trying to go so fast you don't even notice that that doorway is being presented to you. So go with the flow. Enjoy the overall energetic of gentleness in this moon phase, and wherever possible, let the tide steer you. Beautiful souls, that is your moon month energy update. Thank you all so much for joining me. I love that more and more people are becoming passionate about manifesting with the moon. Thank you all of you for liking, sharing, subscribing. Thank you for all the support that you bring to this channel, and thank you all of you who are supporting me through buying the journal and the diary. I do hope that they are really going to assist you in manifesting amazingly, and do watch out for those webinars. I will get them done sometime in the next couple of weeks, certainly by the end of November if at all possible. So tons and tons of love, and I look forward to seeing you again soon, either for more moon stuff or some more readings. Tons and tons of love to you all.